Chapter 14:09. If Shi Tianhao had activated the Great Celestial Wheel during his battle with the Great Sage, the Kunlun Dragon King would not have dared to take a blow from Shi Tianhao head-on. The Great Celestial Wheel, the Supreme Imperial Palace, and the Ding of Shenzhou were all owned by Xianmen Tianzong. This was a well-known fact. Both the Great Sage and the Kunlun Dragon King knew about it beforehand. Although the omnipotent sage had previously fought with Shi Tianhao to the point of causing sparks to fly everywhere, he had always been vigilant in his heart to guard against Shi Tianhao's treasures. His ascending to the heavens' magical power had always been on guard against Shi Tianhao's powerful attacks. After all, the great sage had been fighting with Shi Tianhao for a long time, so he was always on guard. However, as time went by, both sides were covered with injuries, and Shi Tianhao still did not reveal any trump cards. On the other side of the battlefield, the Kunlun Dragon King, Shun Dragon King, and the great sage Xu Yan were gradually deceived. At this moment, the shocked and furious Kunlun Dragon King had completely understood that Shi Tianhao did not only want to defeat them and force them to retreat, but he also wanted to inflict serious injuries on them. He even wanted to keep them in the divine land forever. Shi Tianhao had been waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious injuries on them, so that they would not be able to escape in time. Shi Xingyun's previous escape was also intentional. It was to bait the Kunlun Dragon King, so that the Kunlun Dragon King would send himself to Shi Tianhao's great celestial wheel. If it was only Shi Tianhao's attack, the Kunlun Dragon King was confident that he could withstand it head-on. Even if he was severely injured, he could still guarantee that his attack would hit Shi Xingyun. However, now that Shi Tianhao was attacking him with the great celestial wheel, such a violent attack would even exhaust the Kunlun Dragon King's energy, making it difficult for him to inflict any effective damage on Shi Tianhao. He would have to suffer Shi Tianhao's attack in vain. Back when Shi Tianhao had just reached the return to void stage, the Kunlun Dragon King had been forced into a disadvantageous position by Shi Tianhao's Sky City, the 12 metal colossi, Ding of Shenzhou, and the Yin and Yang life and death formation. Even though the Kunlun Dragon King was a prideful man, he knew his place and adopted reasonable strategies to deal with Shi Tianhao's attacks. He did his best to defend himself, evade, or put his life on the line. Even if he was defeated and killed, at least he would have the leeway to counterattack. But at this moment, it was like opening the door to a thief, instantly sending himself into a dangerous situation with a slim chance of survival. This was the fatal strike that Shi Tianhao and Shi Xingyun had planned for a long time. The timing was perfect, leaving no chance for the Kunlun Dragon King. The Kunlun Dragon King was enraged. He wanted to evade, but the terrifying attack that seemed to be able to cause the sky to collapse completely locked his body in place. He wanted to use his full strength to inflict severe damage on Shi Xingyun and make him pay. However, he was a little too late. This attack was so close, yet so far away. He wanted to counterattack and make Shi Tianhao suffer. However, it was too late to change his attack. Even if he struggled to counterattack, he would not be able to inflict any effective damage on Shi Tianhao. In fact, he might not even be able to defend himself, even if he gritted his teeth and concentrated all his strength to take this attack. The Kunlun Dragon King let out an earth-shattering roar. He had been careless and ended up in such a state. He was filled with resentment, and he would not be able to cleanse himself even if he tried. In the end, he still used all his strength to pounce toward Shi Xingyun. However, the great celestial wheel had already smashed heavily into his body. A loud boom sounded between heaven and earth, and the entire vast thousand realms seemed to tremble. The gigantic golden heavenly dragon stretched across the sky, but its body made a strange bend. With this bend, the world seemed to have been dislocated. It was as if it had been split into two by a knife. Then it went up and down, and the scenery was broken and intertwined. Time and space seemed to have lost their color at this moment, turning pale and blurry. The violent airflow continued to blow in all directions, causing the other people who were fighting nearby to look askance. Everyone fixed their eyes on the Kuan Dragon King and saw that the golden radiance on his body had dimmed. His waist was drenched in blood, and the scales on his body had all burst open. Together with his blood and flesh, they rained down a golden rainstorm from the sky. When the scales landed on the ground, they were like mountains. When the blood dripped onto the ground, it turned into a golden lake. Hot air rose from the lake, scorching the surrounding land. The Kunlun Dragon King's huge body was almost split into two at the waist. If not for his primordial celestial dragon body being so strong, his body would have been split into two by Shi Tianhao. Even so, there was only a small amount of flesh and blood left. His bones were all broken, and his tendons and meridians were all broken. The Kunlun Dragon King didn't even feel the pain at first. He only felt that he couldn't control the back half of his body. His undying demon soul also shook violently and was damaged along with his true form. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon shadow formed by the demon soul was only left with the front half, and the back half was gradually disintegrating. Looking at the Kunlun Dragon King's condition, even the great sage and Zhu Yan great saint felt their hearts skip a beat. They could vaguely feel a chill in their lower bodies. The usually calm Shin Dragon King let out a deafening roar and let Gu Jun hit him with the longevity lotus. He endured the pain and rushed towards the Kunlun Dragon King. A mysterious pattern appeared on Shin Dragon King's forehead. It flashed brightly, and a black light shot out and landed on the Kunlun Dragon King. The Kunlun Dragon King's body trembled, and then the same pattern appeared on his forehead. The pattern turned into an illusion of light and shadow, communicating with the mysterious sea. Waves surged in the mysterious sea, and a majestic force passed through the endless void and came to the empty sea, trying to bring the Kunlun Dragon King back to the mysterious sea. The Kunlun Dragon King wanted to resist this time, but he couldn't. He was too badly injured, and his strength was at rock bottom. But at this moment, Shi Tianhao, who looked like a mighty god, said, "Do you think that the mysterious sea ritual of the dragon race is omnipotent?" His voice spread out and shook the divine prefecture. It was as if a god had descended. Shi Tianhao waved his hand, and a ball of purple energy flew out. Within the ball of purple energy was a tree branch. It looked thin, but when the purple energy dissipated and revealed the tree branch's true appearance, it was thousands of feet long and dozens of feet thick. The leaves on the branch were about an acre in circumference. They were green and full of vitality. It looked as if the branches were still on the tree and not plucked by someone. The tree branch swelled in the air as it faced the wind. The surrounding purple chi was all absorbed into its body. In the end, the tree branch branched out and flickered with 7-colored precious light that illuminated the heavens. It looked similar to the mysterious sky treasure tree on the top of the Jade Capital Mountain. The giant tree branch turned into a beam of light and plunged into the mysterious sea illusion of the Kunlun Dragon King's divine prefecture. The mysterious sea illusion of the mysterious sea was occupied by the tree branch and started to shrink. Stimulated by the power of the tree branch, the waves in the mysterious sea that were originally calm suddenly rose and rolled towards the tree branch. The leaves on the tree branch kept shaking, and the 7-colored light was worn down. Gradually, the light dimmed, but Shun Dragon King's eyes were filled with despair. Being trapped by the tree branch, the Kunlun Dragon King couldn't return to the mysterious sea through the mysterious sea ritual. Although it was obvious that the mysterious sea ritual would be able to completely crush the mysterious sky tree branch in a short period of time, the Kunlun Dragon King, was in danger. After the attack, Shi Tianhao had no intention of holding back. He raised the great celestial wheel in his hand again, as if he was lifting up the heavens and realms again. A look of determination appeared in the eyes of the Kunlun Dragon King. He mustered all the remaining strength in his severely injured body and attacked Shi Xingyun once again. At this moment, Shi Xingyun was fighting with the omnipotent sage and was already at a disadvantage. Hence, it was difficult for him to survive the Kunlun Dragon King's attack, and he was once again injured by the Kunlun Dragon King. However, as the Kunlun Dragon King was already severely injured, he was unable to unleash much of his strength. Hence, Shi Xingyun was able to endure the injury and evade the omnipotent sage's attack. On the other side, Gu Jun also knew that the battle had reached a critical juncture. He moved the longevity lotus throne to entangle Shen Dragon King. Shi Tianhao stood in the void, like a deity. He raised the great celestial wheel in his hand and smashed it down again. This time, the attack hit the top of Shi Xingyun's head. Once again, there was a violent wave in the sky. Countless rays of light exploded and shot in all directions. At this moment, a huge golden silhouette of a heavenly dragon appeared in the sky. It covered the heavens and looked down on all living beings in the vast thousand worlds. However, the eyes of this mighty heavenly dragon seemed lifeless at this moment. Then, the silhouette of the heavenly dragon started to shatter, causing thunderous sounds to be heard in the surroundings. The light pulsated intermittently and fluctuated continuously. The great demons of the Age of Cultivation decline were closely related to the vast thousand worlds. Their death would even cause some changes in the weather. Today, the second most powerful figure in the dragon race, second only to the Yuanlong King, the primordial heavenly dragon, who had dominated the great heaven primordial world for countless years, had died in the divine land of the human race. The one who killed him was the seventh disciple of the celestial emperor of Huang, Lin Feng, the celestial emperor of Huang, Shi Tianhao. Ever since Lin Feng killed Yudu in the war between the two worlds, he was the second great demon of the Age of Cultivation declined to die in recent years. The death of the Kuan Dragon King shook the vast thousand worlds. On the east sea of the Divine Land, which was located in the west and east of Shushan, there was suddenly a violent storm. Waves rolled continuously, and demonic aura surged from the realm passage that connected the East Sea to the vast, infinite wasteland. It seemed to be extremely violent and angry. A mighty dragon roar came from afar. It came from the vast, infinite wasteland and resounded throughout the divine land. Everyone knew that it was the roar of the current master of the dragon race, the Yuanlong King. The death of the Kuan Dragon King was so sudden that even the Yuanlong King was caught off guard. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. However, at this moment, in the sky above the East Sea, Xian Li, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the realm passage, suddenly stood up. She raised her right hand, and light flowed in her palm, gathering into a long sword. The blade of the sword was filled with chaotic and blurry colors. It was as if everything had come to an end and creation had turned into nothingness. At the edge of the blade, there were two flowing lights, one black and one white, flowing and sliding around the edge of the blade. The terrifying sword made people tremble with fear. Xian Li took a step forward and passed through the realm passage, arriving on the vast, infinite wasteland. At this moment, she raised the blade high and slashed it down. Chapter 14:10. In the vast thousand worlds, the endless evil aura that signified destruction and destruction all gathered in the sword in Xian Li's hand, forming an invisible pillar of air. The pillar of air condensed into a world-destroying blade, and the entire world seemed to be facing its end at this moment. Xianli slashed out with her sword, and the mysterious sword light streaked across the void, targeting the Yuan Dragon King in the distance. As she slashed out, the clouds in the Ying Sea shattered, the waves in the Xian Sea surged, and the stars in the Star Ocean were destroyed one after another. Void storms raged in the empty sea, and the southern wilderness of the Divine Land even cracked open, revealing thousands of calamities in the Nether Sea. Xian Li's sword shook the 5 seas of heaven essence, and it was extremely domineering. The void of infinite wilderness suddenly cracked open, and an incomparably huge golden, heavenly dragon appeared from within. There seemed to be streams of light on the heavenly dragon's body, spreading in all directions in the vast 1,000 worlds. The heavenly dragon felt the terrifying power contained in Xian Li's sword, and its eyes darkened. Patterns flashed on its forehead, and a large amount of golden seawater that flashed with black light suddenly appeared around its body. An illusion of light and shadow appeared behind it, and the waves in the Xian Sea surged and dazzled, flashing continuously. However, the ritual did not guide the heavenly dragon back to the Xian Sea. Instead, a large amount of water from the Xian Sea was sucked into its body, causing the heavenly dragon's aura to rise further. The golden seawater that was originally flashing with black light suddenly changed color, turning into black seawater that flashed with golden light. The golden light and black sea surrounded the heavenly dragon, and its power continued to rise. Within the golden light and black sea, there were even stars floating, causing the heavenly dragon to feel as if it was in a golden sea of stars. The heavenly dragon roared, and a golden light shot out, sweeping up the water of the Xian Sea and the stars in the sky, turning into a golden, heavenly river that met Xian Li's terrifying sword light. In the vast 1,000 worlds, streams of light pulsed in the void, and then they all shattered, emitting an ear-piercing wail of the great Tao. This wail was extremely ear-piercing at first, but it became low, hoarse, and incomprehensible. The golden heavenly river was extremely dazzling, but it was filled with the intent of destruction. Wherever it passed, it left a destructive scar on the entire vast 1,000 worlds. There was only one person in the current Dragon Clan who had such strength, and that was the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan, a great demon in the tribulation stage, Yuan Dragon King. Unfortunately, his opponent was even more violent, tyrannical, and ruthless than him. Wherever the mystic glass sword pointed, the terrifying light shattered the golden river, the black water, the innate demonic power of the dragon tribe, and the countless dazzling stars. The ear-piercing wail of the Grand Tao was instantly cut off at this moment, and it was completely silent. The terrifying sword light arrived in front of the Yuan Dragon King, slicing through the black sea of golden light around his body. It also sliced through the demonic energy treasure light around his body, as well as his powerful body that was at the middle tribulation stage. It was truly indestructible and invincible. The Yuan Dragon King let out a low roar, and the mysterious sea of light and shadow behind him became even more violent. The mountains howled and the seas roared, and it was already completely chaotic. The golden light and black water became even more majestic, and it pushed the Yuan Dragon King back into the mysterious sea. However, it could not change the fact that he had been injured by the mystic glass sword. Golden dragon blood filled the sky like a mist, and it scattered across the vast Tianhuang mainland. Silently, Xian Li stood between the heavens and the earth. Her expression was cold, and her gaze was indifferent. There was no change in her expression. The violent changes in the East Sea and the grand Tao of the heavens and earth faintly trembled. The great sage and the others in Shushan also felt it. Shi Tianhao was not surprised at all. He turned his head to look at the omnipotent great sage, who looked like a giant god. The great sage's gaze was cold and solemn. He looked into Shi Tianhao's eyes, and it felt like thousands of years had passed in that instant. In the end, he let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly leaped forward, shaking off Shi Xingyun, and was about to ascend to the sky. However, a light rose from the top of Shi Tianhao's head. The Sky City and the 12 metal colossi flew out from the light above his head, and the 12 metal colossi transformed back into the 12 heavenly generals in the void. The 12 heavenly generals shouted together in the void. Immortal! Void. Instrument. Shua. Celestial. Jun. Tian. Zhu. Chaos. Wholeness. Subjugation. The 12 heavenly generals turned into 12 balls of light in the void, and then joined together to form a blue sky, restoring the original appearance of the azure sky all heavens formation. It merged with the Sky City, and its power became even greater. At this moment, the great celestial wheel rose slowly and returned to the azure sky all heavens formation and the Sky City. It hung high in the sky, and as the light wheel rotated, the world seemed to rotate together with it. The great celestial wheel, the Sky City, and the azure sky all heavens formation above Shi Tianhao's head seemed to have merged into one at this moment. As the great celestial wheel rotated, the blue sky covered tens of thousands of miles, and it continued to expand into the distance, as if it was about to envelop the entire divine land. Although no one present had seen it with their own eyes, at this moment, the heroic appearance of the heavenly emperor, the master of the heavenly gates, who dominated the world during the last years of the ancient era, flashed before their eyes. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of them was not the mighty heavenly emperor, but another existence with an even more domineering concept of power. A cultivator who was only at the spirit refining, returning to void realm, in the cultivation world, could not even be considered a teenager. His Tao law concept was even more profound than the ancient orthodoxy of the heavenly gates in the past. At this moment, the concept of power revealed by the great celestial wheel, the Sky City, and the azure sky all heavens formation was different from the past. Although the state of power had not recovered to its peak, the aura concept was more profound and profound. Shi Tianhao looked coldly at the great sage. The blue sky above his head opened up, and streams of airflow surged and intertwined with each other. All of a sudden, the momentum of the omnipotent sage's leap became sluggish, and he was no longer as powerful as before. His heart sank slightly. Sure enough, he saw the great celestial wheel flash and disappear from where it was. The next moment, it appeared above his head. Following this, the great celestial wheel smashed toward him, and the power of the Sky City and the azure sky all heavens formation was added to it. The great sage threw a punch and collided with the great celestial wheel. As a result, his upward momentum was completely disrupted, and he had no choice but to descend. The great celestial wheel flashed in the void and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the great sage. The vast energy that swept through the myriad of Taos in the world shook the universe, and under the clear sky formed by the Jade Fall Formation, there was a profound concept that existed everywhere and moved according to one's will. It was both overbearing and agile, and its might was even more ferocious. Shi Tianhao moved and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was right next to the great celestial wheel. He picked up the great celestial wheel and charged toward the great sage. Although Shi Xingyun was also seriously injured, he still urged the giant dragon under him to rise into the sky and attack the great sage together with Shi Tianhao. The mysterious heavenly tree branch that had frozen the Xianxi light and shadow illusion had already been swallowed by the Xianxi water. Not only had the colorful light around it disappeared, but the tree branch itself had also turned into ashes and disappeared. However, the Xianxi ritual, which could be used again, was still in a state of stillness, because the target it was supposed to summon, the Kunlun Dragon King, had died. All that was left was his giant corpse floating in the void and slowly falling to the ground below. On the other side, Shun Dragon King's eyes were filled with sorrow and anger. His demonic aura became extremely violent. Gu Jun controlled the Longevity Lotus throne and carefully dealt with him. While he was preventing Shun Dragon King from suddenly attacking with his life, he was still trying his best to trap him. The situation of the battle in Mount Shu was completely different now. Shi Tianhao had killed the Kunlun Dragon King. Although he, Shi Xingyun, Xian Longsheng, and Celestial Dipper Swordsman were also seriously injured, the Great Sage was also seriously injured. Shun Dragon King was also injured by Gu Jun when he tried to rescue the Kunlun Dragon King. The precarious situation for the human tribe had been completely reversed after Shi Tianhao killed the Kunlun Dragon King. If they attacked too quickly, the demons would fight back desperately, and some human experts would inevitably suffer casualties. However, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Gu Jun and the others. Xian Longsheng and Celestial Dipper Swordsman had been fighting for a long time, and their injuries had gradually worsened. However, they had no intention of retreating. They still urged the sky-opening sword and stared at Great Sage Zhu Yan. Great Sage Zhu Yan's expression was extremely ugly. For a moment, he was also in a dilemma. The Kunlun Dragon King was dead, and Yuan Dragon King could not break through Xian Li's obstruction. Their situation suddenly became extremely difficult. Looking at Xian Longsheng and Celestial Dipper Swordsman, Great Sage Zhu Yan was full of reluctance. Even with the sky-opening sword, the strength of Mount Shu Sword Sect was still weak at this moment. If he and the Great Sage were willing to work together, they still had the confidence to destroy Mount Shu as long as they were willing to pay a certain price. However, all of this seemed to be just a fantasy at this moment. What made him even more conflicted was that if he missed this opportunity today, his chances in the future would probably be even slimmer. Thinking of the domineering power of the 4 great demons of the Age of Cultivation Decline, who had descended on Mount Shu together, and ended up like this, Great Sage Zhu Yan was furious. However, if they continued to fight, even if they could kill a large number of human experts, they might all follow the footsteps of the Kunlun Dragon King and perish here. Great Sage Zhu Yan looked up to the sky and sighed. He suddenly turned around and flew away from Xian Longsheng and Celestial Dipper Swordsman. The sword light of the sky-opening sword followed him like a shadow, chasing after Great Sage Zhu Yan all the way. However, Great Sage Zhu Yan activated his magic power to the extreme and focused on escaping. He soared into the sky, his 4 feet trampling the void like flames, leaving trails of flames behind. He also opened a path in the void manifested by the Azure Heaven formation. The omnipotent Great Saint quickly following the path that the Great Saint Zhu Yan had opened up. Shun Long King's expression was cold, but he had no choice but to retreat. However, Shi Tianhao still activated the Great Wheel of Heavens, still chasing after the Great Sage and Great Sage Zhu Yan. In the void, Xian Longsheng, Celestial Dipper Swordsman, Shi Xingyun, and Gu Jun also followed, chasing after the Great Sage and the other great demons, not letting go of this rare opportunity. Great Sage Zhu Yan let out a strange laugh. You should worry about the people of Xianmen Tianzong in the Nether Sea first. Chapter 1411. Yuan Dragon King was pushed back by Xian Li and was forced to retreat to the mysterious sea. Kunlong King was killed by Shi Tianhao. The 3 demons, the Great Sage, Shun Dragon King, and Zhu Yan were all injured. Facing the pursuit of Shi Tianhao and the others, they could only retreat pathetically. After witnessing how Shi Tianhao blocked the ritual of the mysterious sea with the dark heavenly branch and killed Kunlong King, Shun Dragon King could not activate the ritual anymore. Although Yuan Dragon King had retreated to the mysterious sea, the ritual would be more powerful under the control of the ritual. Even if Shi Tianhao took out another dark heavenly branch, it would soon be destroyed by the ritual. It would not take long. However, Shun Long King did not dare to take any risks at this moment. If Shi Tianhao and the others gave up on Omnipotent Sage and Zhuyan Great Saint and besieged him together, the delay might decide his life or death. Even if Yuan Dragon King attacked, he had to be wary of Xian Li's obstruction. Shun Dragon King had no choice but to retreat with the Great Sage and Zhu Yan. In order to avoid being blocked by Shi Tianhao and the others, the three demons of the cultivation declining stage did not use the realm passage from the southern wasteland of the divine land to the vast land of infinite wasteland. They would rather escape through the outer domain void, and then find their way back to the great Kiliacosm. Shi Tianhao and the others followed closely behind and chased after them. The two sides fought and stopped, turning the void into a wasteland and destroying countless stars in the universe. Zhu Yan was furious from being chased. He said with hatred, "You guys helped the Mount Shu sword sect to guard the mountain. Let's see if you, Xianmen Tianzong, can still be so happy after losing the harvest in the underworld sea." Shi Tianhao stared at the great saint of Zhu Yan. He had a feeling that the other party was not bluffing and was not shooting his mouth off. During the battle, Shi Tianhao had felt uneasy, but during the battle, he was focused and suppressed these thoughts. Before he was about to participate in the Battle of Shushan, he had once contacted his eldest senior brother Xiao Yan once again, asking about the specific circumstances of the sudden change in the Netherworld Sea. In the end, Xiao Yan simply said that it was fine and told him not to worry, and then the communication was cut off. Being in the same sect for many years, Shi Tianhao knew Xiao Yan's character very well. Even if he really faced a difficult and dangerous situation and the pressure was huge, Xiao Yan would still take it on by himself. However, the underworld sea was not a place that anyone could enter. Those who did not know the underworld sea would only be attacked by the evil power of the underworld sea. Great Saint Zhu Yan let out a strange laugh. Although the number of people who entered the Nether Sea is not as many as those who entered the Spirit Sea, it is also very lively at the moment. There are more than 1 or 2 families who dislike your celestial sect. Golden Cicada suffered a great loss at your master's hands back then. This time, I'll get back at you. How could he enter the underworld sea? Even the future glazed Buddha, Lord of the future constellation, could only go through danger. He thought, wait, Shinto-zei has been missing all these years. Neither our sect nor Taishu Temple could find his whereabouts. Could he have turned to Buddhism? It was absurd to think about it, but when Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple and even the king of the underworld and Taoist Yu Ming wanted to get even with him, he could still hide without leaving a trace. The mystery behind it was quite thought-provoking. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was absurd, but under the situation where he was not accepted by the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Void Temple, and even the Emperor of the Underworld and Taoist Yu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he was still able to hide his tracks without revealing a single trace. The profoundness behind it was rather thought-provoking, but he did not show any clue on his face. Instead, he looked at Zhu Yan with a faint smile. "You don't seem to have figured out the situation. You'd better worry about yourself first." As he spoke, Shi Tianhao suddenly jumped. He held the great celestial will high in one hand and stretched out the other. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Universe!" As he spoke, Shi Tianhao's figure suddenly leaped forward. He raised the great celestial wheel with one hand and stretched his other hand forward. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Universe!" The universe formula combined with the power of the azure sky all-heaven formation and the city in the sky. The blue sky shrouded the field, causing the entire void to almost solidify and be fixed on the spot. Even Zhu Yan felt that his body was becoming more and more sluggish. It became extremely difficult to break through the shroud of the blue sky realm. Zhu Yan was also a veteran of many battles. After feeling that his talent of turning a short distance into a world was vaguely restrained, he knew that Shi Tianhao would have follow-up attacks. He was also someone who had been through hundreds of battles. When he felt that his so close to the end, yet so far technique was restricted, he knew that Shi Tianhao would follow up with another attack. However, the expected attack did not come, which made Zhu Yan slightly puzzled. But all of a sudden, the white jade-like hair all over his body stood up. He felt a great sense of crisis. The next moment, the void where he was exploded and shattered uncontrollably. Shattering the void was not something worth mentioning for Zhu Yan, the great saint. Not to mention him, even the monkeys under his knees could do it. However, the shattered void was not the space around Zhu Yan's body, but the space where his flesh and blood body and demonic soul were located. At this moment, Zhu Yan only felt that his body could not be restrained, as if it was about to shatter from the inside out. The Zhu Yan demonic ape clan was a demon clan that mastered the principles of space and achieved their talent. But at this moment, Zhu Yan felt that he could not stop the sudden shattering. He forcibly activated his demonic power to stabilize the teleportation space, but the flesh and blood on one of his hind legs were still violently twisting and shaking. There seemed to be faint cracks on Zhu Yan's left leg. The cracks were not blood vessels, muscles, and bones, but pitch-black holes, as if the space had been torn apart. However, from this crack, there seemed to be a faint sound of rolling thunder. It was as if there were invisible thunderbolts exploding in the void, trying to shatter the space. Zhu Yan's expression was stern. This thunderbolt is somewhat similar to the void tribulation thunder during the nascent soul formation, but it is much stronger. Moreover, I can't even detect its whereabouts. There are also traces of the nine heavens' formless astral wind and the void storm, which I have never seen before. What on earth is this? The invisible thunderbolt shattered the void as if it was born out of thin air without the slightest trace or trace. It could appear in any corner of space and time, according to Shi Tianhao's will, making it impossible to guard against. This was a brand new thunder method created by Shi Tianhao after he reached the realm of spiritual cultivation and returned to the void. He used his heavenly virtue scripture as the foundation, combined with the nine heavens' divine thunder, the nine heavens' formless astral wind, the void storm, and his own understanding of the principles of space and the power of wind and thunder. It was the nine heavens' formless void tribulation thunder. It was a brand new thunderbolt that had never appeared in the Tianyuan great world before. It could shatter the void and everything with just a thought. It was born anywhere in the void, untraceable, and yet it seemed to be everywhere. The nine heavens' formless void tribulation thunder did not have this ubiquitous quality under the blue sky formed by the azure heaven formation, but it had its own mystery. Zhu Yan shouted, and his whole body flashed with a white jade-like luster. The red flames on his 4 feet all turned green, and the green demonic fire covered his whole body. He used all his strength to stop Shi Tianhao's magic power, so as to prevent his left leg from being shattered by Shi Tianhao's nine heavens' formless void tribulation thunder. But in this way, his movement suddenly became slightly stagnant, and his flying speed slowed down. Shi Tianhao lifted the great celestial wheel with his right hand and smashed it at the great sage, while his left hand turned into a claw and fiercely grabbed at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan limped slightly and dodged to the side. But on the other side, Xian Longsheng and Celestial Gang Sword Venerable, one driving the sky-opening sword, and the other the ancient sword Celestial Gang, attacked, forcing Zhu Yan's way, leaving him nowhere to hide. Shi Tianhao grabbed his arm. Zhu Yan roared and increased the strength of his hand, wrestling with Shi Tianhao, trying to delay Shi Tianhao's movement so that the great sage could attack. At this moment, Shi Tianhao cast the nine heavens' formless void tribulation thunder, mainly manifesting the power of the Yinyuan form. Although his physical strength was also enhanced by the city in the sky and the azure heaven formation, it was inferior to the level when he wrestled with the great sage. Although the power of Zhu Yan's flesh and blood was inferior to that of the great sage, it was still quite strong. He attacked Shi Tianhao without backing down. But Shi Tianhao just smiled. Streaks of tribulation thunder of the void of the nine heavens silently and without warning exploded in various parts of great Saint Zhu Yan's body. Zhu Yan's body stiffened again. The green demonic fire flickered, resisting the nine heavens' formless void tribulation thunder. Xian Longsheng and Celestial Gang, Sword Venerable's attacks, also fell on him, forcing him to defend with all his strength. On the other side, Shi Xingyun urged the giant dragon under him to reach its claws at the great sage, temporarily blocking his movement. The great celestial wheel in Shi Tianhao's right hand suddenly changed direction and smashed at Zhu Yan's head. This creation magic treasure was not like Ding of Shenzhou, which could be used to refine elixirs, nor did it have all kinds of mysterious changes like the longevity lotus, nor did it have all kinds of magical powers like the supreme imperial palace. It was also not like the golden nirvana bridge, which could guide heaven and earth and carry the momentum of humanity. The great celestial wheel's biggest feature was its vastness. It seemed to be a powerful force that could mobilize the heavens and realms to suppress the enemy. The heavens rotated and destroyed all directions. The great celestial wheel, which had been enhanced by the city in the sky and the azure heaven formation, and driven by Shi Tianhao with all his strength, seemed to have smashed the Kunlun Dragon King to death not long ago. As it rotated, it seemed as if layers of universes were being destroyed at the same time. The creation was overturned, and it fell on Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan roared and tried to dodge, but his claws were caught by Shi Tianhao. He could only try his best to cut open the vital parts of his head. Then, the invisible light fell on his shoulder. With a loud bang, the boundless world seemed to tremble slightly. The void where Zhu Yan was completely shattered, and there was even a terrifying power of the realm stirring back and forth. In the midst of Zhu Yan's screams, the arm that Shi Tianhao grabbed was smashed off at the shoulder by the great celestial wheel. Countless drops of blood essence drifted in the void. Great Saint Zhu Yan roared, abandoned his arm, and desperately fled into the distance. On the other side, the celestial reaching saint also let out a series of roars and fled quickly. Shunlong King did the same and fled quickly. Shi Xingyun and the ancient Emperor Gu Jun followed. Xian Longsheng and Celestial Gang, Sword Venerable, did not stop. They set up Sword Light and continued to chase after the three big demons. Chapter 14:12. The great sage was injured, Shun Longwang was injured, and Zhu Yan, the great saint, was severely injured. Although Xian Longsheng, Honorable Swordsman Tiangang, and Shi Xingyun were also injured, they were in a better condition compared to the three great monsters. Furthermore, with Gu Jun and the longevity lotus leading the way, they would not feel too much pressure when facing the omnipotent sage, and the others unless the situation suddenly changed. After communicating with Gu Jun and the others, Shi Tianhao stopped his pursuit. Light shone from between his brows, and the divine light of origin fell again, healing the remaining injuries on his body. He stared at the void sky and thought for a moment. Then he opened his palm, revealing a talisman that flashed with dark red light. The word Yen was written on the talisman. It was a talisman specially made by Xiao Yen. It was not easy to make, and even Xianmen Tianzong had a limited number of them. It could help people other than Xiao Yen to enter and exit the Nether Sea. Although they would still be attacked by the violent disasters of the Nether Sea, it was relatively easier. Sure, Tianhao crushed the talisman, and it immediately turned into a dark red light stream. It was dark and gloomy, almost black. A whistling sound came from the light stream, making one's heart palpitate as if they were facing the end of the world. The dark red light stream broke a crack in the void sky, and from the crack, a chilly wind that looked like black rays of light rushed out. Wherever the chilly wind went, the world was completely frozen. It was the 9 Serenities' chilly wind. Following closely behind the 9 Serenities' Yin wind was the endless astral baleful qi, which looked like a red haze of light, also rushed out from within. The extremely stinky, filthy blood river also flowed out, followed by the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, the nether evil flame, and the Yellow Springs true water, all of which followed closely behind, stirring and spreading in the void. Sure, Tianhao looked at the crack of the Nether Sea in front of him and frowned slightly. It's more chaotic than before. It seems that Big Brother is indeed under a lot of pressure. He stepped into the crack and walked in the Nether Sea step by step. Everywhere he went, there was like an invisible passage. The passage seemed to be invisible, but a large amount of destructive power seeped in and attacked Shi Tianhao. The passage in front of him was much more difficult than what Shi Tianhao knew, but it was not a problem for him. As he moved forward, Shi Tianhao looked into the distance outside the passage and saw countless natural disasters and earthly tribulations rushing in this world without a moment of peace. A large number of disasters gathered together, forming an extremely chaotic situation. Through the chaotic scene, a huge red light pillar could be vaguely seen piercing through the Nether Sea. The pillar of light stood there motionlessly, as if it was the only stable place in the Netherworld Sea. However, it gave off an even more palpitating and uneasy feeling. From where Shi Tianhao was, he felt an indescribable distance from the red pillar of light. Under the layers of space folding, it was hard to describe the distance between the two with distance. That red pillar of light seemed to be in any part of the space and time in the Netherworld Sea, yet it was very far away from Shi Tianhao. If it wasn't for Xiao Yan's talisman leading it, it would be hard to reach it even after countless years. Tian knew that the red light pillar was the ownerless creation treasure of the Nether Sea. It was the manifestation of Tian Yu's power. In the past, there were many worlds within the Nether Sea that depended on Tian Yu. They were like huge bubbles in the Nether Sea, not connected to each other. They seemed to surround Tian Yu, but they were separated by layers of space. In the past, there had been many dark sea realms and inner realms attached to heavenly disaster. They were like giant bubbles in the dark sea, not connected to each other. They seemed to surround heavenly disaster, but they were actually separated by layers of space and time. And at this moment, those worlds within worlds seemed to be glued together, forming a single world. Although it was still possible to see the original shape of the barrier, it was already showing signs of merging. The many worlds within worlds revolved around the red light pillar, forming a huge ring shape. That huge ring space domain was also flashing with red light. Shi Tianhao looked over and saw that above the huge red ring, there were a few existences facing each other. One of them was sitting cross-legged. He was 9 zhang tall, and below him was a huge flame lotus. Blue-purple, pure gold, milky white, and other colors flickered, like a giant god of fire. This person had a black and white Tai Chi pattern on his forehead. His facial features were the same as Xiao Yan's. It was Xiao Yan's return to void Dharma physique that he had obtained after training his spirit to return to the void. His body flickered with indescribable light. One moment it was dazzling, and the next moment it was dim. It was like a remnant flame in a pile of ashes, flickering between bright and dark. It was never completely extinguished, and there were signs that it would reignite at any time. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the effects of the Nether Sea's calamities flickered. There was also a dark red luster that undulated, making him look unusually fierce. And in front of Xiao Yan, there were other people on the huge ring. There was one person alone. It was a youth in white. His robes were embroidered with white clouds, the symbol of Taishu Temple. This person was naturally the Grand Elder of Taishu Temple, Wu Mingqi, inheriting the legacy of his predecessors. He could also enter the Nether Sea and draw upon the power of the Nether Sea. It was just that his expression was slightly solemn. His eyes flickered with a strange light. His gaze moved back and forth between Xiao Yan and the others, but there was no joy in it. In the distance, the person who was facing Xiao Yan was a man dressed in a black dragon robe. He wore a flat crown on his head. His aura was so dignified that it made people want to bow their heads. The man looked to be in his 30s, but he was dignified and dignified. In the eyes under the crown, there seemed to be a deep black light flashing. His gaze didn't give people a feeling of fierceness or coldness, but it was like the deepest and darkest existence. It was silent and senseless, as if everything had returned to eternal rest. But in the aura that was like the world after death and the netherworld, there seemed to be a thriving vitality. It played out the mystery of the cycle of life and death, causing death to not seem so cold and terrifying. Although his appearance had changed, and he had grown into the figure of a young man, whether it was Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, or Wu Mingqi, they could all recognize that the person in front of them was the king of the underworld who had been in seclusion. The last time the king of the underworld appeared in front of the world was during the war between the two realms. Since then, he had been in seclusion, and there was no trace of him. And when he appeared this time, Xiao Yan and the others could feel that the magic power of the king of the underworld was much stronger than before. It was as if he had returned to the peak of his power in the ancient era. It had been less than 30 years since he had truly been reborn in the vast thousand worlds. The mysteriousness of the king of the underworld's magic power made Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and Wu Mingqi, who came from the two peak forces of the divine prefecture, feel some admiration. This was no longer reincarnation, but a true resurrection from the dead. The king of the underworld's expression was calm and peaceful. His gaze also fell on Xiao Yan. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in traditional clothes. He had a calm and indifferent expression. His eyes were like water, and there seemed to be no fluctuations in his emotions. Wu Mingqi looked at this middle-aged man with an extremely complicated gaze. This was because this man was the second-generation abbot of the Taishu Temple in history. Yan Xinghe, Wu Mingqi's master, was from Wen Qiang's faction. But now, in terms of ideology, he was already different from Wen Qiang and his followers. Wu Mingqi himself was one of the leaders of the radical faction in the Taishu Temple. His ideology was completely different from Wen Qiang's, and he was even more radical than Yan Xinghe. As if sensing Wu Mingqi's gaze and recognizing his origin, Yan Xinghe also looked at him, but his expression did not change. Yan Xinghe, who had been refined into an evil soul by the king of the underworld, was still very calm when facing his junior successor. It was as if he did not feel embarrassed or angry. There was no joy, no guilt, no anger. All emotions seemed to be hidden in that watery gaze, without a single ripple. Looking at the picture of the white clouds on Wu Mingqi's clothes, Yan Xinghe's gaze was as calm as ever, without a single ripple. Wu Mingqi, however, felt a sense of sorrow. Many of the rules of the Taishu Temple, including the clothing and etiquette, were set by Yan Xinghe when he was in charge of the temple. Many of them were still in use, including the white cloud symbol on the clothes. Yan Xinghe sized up Wu Mingqi, nodded slightly, and then looked away, as calm as ever. Sure, Tianhao's gaze swept across Wu Mingqi, the king of the underworld, and Yan Xinghe then fell in another direction. There stood two people. One of them was a handsome young monk dressed in gray. It was Golden Cicada, whom he had not seen in a long time. At this moment, Golden Cicada was sitting in a lotus position, and beside him sat another young monk. He was dressed in a black kasaya, and his entire body was also emitting the precious light of the Buddhist sect. His body was like colored glass, and there were 18 golden lamps floating above his head. Within the golden lamps, there seemed to be the shadows of Buddhas and bodhisattvas flashing, emitting bursts of Sanskrit. This young monk was as handsome as Golden Cicada, but his skin was much paler. Under the illumination of the colored glass Buddhist light, he still appeared slightly gloomy. Although his appearance had changed greatly, and he had entered the Buddhist gate, how could Xiao Yan not recognize him? This young monk in the black kasaya was the king of the underworld's grand disciple, Shun Tuze, whom he had met once in the past. Sure, Tianhao had also seen the true appearance of the king of the underworld's Gongzi through the images of light and shadow that Xiao Yan had provided. Now that he had seen him in person, he recognized him at a glance. This person had vanished without a trace for many years, yet he had silently entered the Buddhist sect. It was slightly surprising, but it was also reasonable. The king of the underworld naturally recognized Shun Tuze as well, but he ignored him. His attention was focused on Xiao Yan, who was opposite him. Shun Tuze, dressed like a monk, was also looking at Xiao Yan. Both of them were currently pouring their dermic powers into the huge red halo beneath their feet, seeping into the red pillar of light in the center of the halo. Xiao Yan similarly communicated his divine sense dermic powers with Heavenly Bane. Among those present, his connection with Heavenly Bane was the deepest, but even he could not freely control Heavenly Bane and the power of the entire Nether Sea. The others were stirring the Nether Sea, forming a joint effort to interfere with Xiao Yan as much as possible. The Nether Sea tide, which had been kept out by the red halo, was now surging even more violently. Although everyone was standing on the halo and could see each other, they were still in different spaces that could not be directly touched. Only when the Nether Sea realms and inner realms completely merged and the barrier disappeared would they be able to truly touch each other. And that moment was about to come. Chapter 14:13. The rings of light gradually condensed, and as the Nether Sea realms and inner realms melted and merged, the waves of calamities and tribulations in the Nether Sea grew more and more violent. Even Xiao Yan was severely affected at this moment, and could no longer control the Nether Sea as he wished. The Nether Sea was violent and chaotic to begin with, and it was becoming more and more chaotic. This was the best course of action. Refining and controlling the Nether Sea was essentially a heaven-defying act and had to be planned step by step. Before truly and completely controlling this world, the difficulty of stabilizing the Nether Sea was far greater than causing it to go berserk. However, Xiao Yan had the deepest connection with heaven's misfortune. He had lived in the Nether Sea for so many years, refining it over the years. Even if the Nether Sea went berserk, he could still direct and control a considerable portion of the Nether Sea world's power. The king of the underworld, Shun Tuze, and Wu Mingqi could not compare to him. The tides of the Nether Sea grew more turbulent, and the realm passage Shi Tianhao traversed also became increasingly fragile. He needed to be more careful and quickly approach heaven's misfortune, step onto the red ring of light, where everyone was, and meet up with Xiao Yan. As Shi Tianhao approached, the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada both sensed him. Their gazes flickered slightly, and they looked in Shi Tianhao's direction. After taking a closer look at Golden Cicada, Shi Tianhao frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that the aura around Golden Cicada seemed to have become even more mysterious than he remembered. That tranquil, natural, and enlightened feeling was becoming more and more complete. It even showed a profoundness that was not here, not on the other side, and not in the middle of the flow. It was a sight to behold. After the future glazed star Buddha Lord was born, he has benefited greatly from spreading the Dharma, Shi Tianhao thought to himself. When the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada saw Shi Tianhao, they both understood. The great sage and the others have been defeated, and the Yuan Dragon King must have been defeated as well. It seems like the situation in the Divine Land has been settled. In the end, the demons were defeated. Otherwise, this kid would not have come to the Netherworld Sea. It was Golden Cicada who was in contact with Great Saint Zhu Yan and the Great Sage. Golden Cicada knew the general outcome even without Great Saint Zhu Yan and the others telling him. It was just that it was not easy to deduce the specific process of the outcome. Above his head, there was a flash of light, as if a giant cicada had appeared, floating in the void. The giant cicada flapped its wings, and strands of karma threads interweaved above it, floating in the Netherworld Sea. Golden Cicada's eyes flashed. A demon in the Dharma-ending realm has fallen. Who is it? It looks like the Dragon Clan. It shouldn't be made by the heaven-punishing ominous sword. In the Netherworld Sea, thousands of natural disasters and earthly tribulations not only destroyed the tangible, but also disrupted the flow of the great path in the world like a real doomsday. The power of the cultivators in the Dharma-ending realm was mysterious. Even if they had fallen, it was difficult for people to speculate about the mysteries of heaven. Even with Golden Cicada's exquisite dharma and proficiency in the way of karma, he could only obtain very vague information when he deduced at this moment. But this little bit of information was enough for him to make some general judgments. The power that Xianmen Tianzong had left in the Divine Land should be overestimated as much as possible. For a great demon in the Dharma-ending realm, being repelled and being killed were two completely different things. The difference in difficulty was self-evident. Beside him, Shintazhe also saw Shi Tianhao at this moment. His eyes flashed slightly, but his expression did not change. That was not the opponent he needed to worry about. His opponent was the heroic man who had manifested the Dharma form of the Void Return, which was 90 feet tall and looked like a flame god. Moreover, the so-called opponent was not an actual battle. That was something that Golden Cicada considered. Shintazhe's battlefield was only the fight for control of the Netherworld Sea. Or rather, he was trying his best to interfere with Xiao Yan's control of the Netherworld Sea. Once upon a time, in Shintazhe's opinion, Xiao Yan was an opponent at the same level as him, and only in terms of power. In other aspects, in Shintazhe's opinion, people like Xiao Yan, who had clear likes and dislikes, whose emotional inclinations would clearly determine their behavior, and whose actions were easily guided, were not difficult to deal with. Most of the time, he did not need to deal with them personally. Instead, they could become a sharp blade in his hand, helping him deal with other opponents. In fact, it was because of Xiao Yan that he had been able to successfully plot against Taoist Yu Ming, kill him, and seize his control of the Netherworld Sea. If not for the King of the Underworlds, means Taoist Yu Ming would have really fallen long ago. After that, in order to avoid the wrath of the King of the Underworld and the encirclement and suppression of Xianmen Tianzong and the Taishu Temple, Shintazhe had gone into hiding imitating his grandmaster, and patiently and silently waited for the opportunity. He had also endured for many years and had enough patience to continue waiting. After the revival of Buddhism, he had decisively converted to Buddhism, seeking protection. With Buddhism concealed by him, it was extremely difficult for Xianmen Tianzong, the Taishu Temple, and the king of the underworld to find him. Whether it was Buddhism or the Taoist techniques of the king of the underworld, they all had the characteristic of being inclusive. This allowed Shintozhe to quickly make great progress in cultivating Buddhism. However, what made him a little dumbfounded was that the strength of the entire Xianmen Tianzong, including Shaoyan, had shown an explosive growth trend. Even with Shintozhe's gloomy mind, he was momentarily shocked. Whether it was one's own strength or the strength that could be mobilized, when the gap between the two sides was large to a certain extent, overcoming 1,000 caddies with little effort would become empty talk. To use others as a knife, one must at least have enough strength to wield the knife. Therefore, Shintozhe had never dared to underestimate Xiao Yan's master, who was already famous before the war between the two worlds. However, he did not expect that in such a short period of time, Xiao Yan had also reached a height that he had to look up to. The four heroes of the Celestial Sect of Wonders had successively refined their spirits to return to the void. After Xiao Yan returned to the void, he had always lived in the Netherworld Sea and rarely made a move. It was difficult for the outside world to judge his strength, but it was not difficult to imagine the strength of the other three people who were equally famous. As for the master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, there was naturally not much to say. At this moment, Shintozhe looked at Xiao Yan, who was opposite him, and was momentarily speechless. However, he still calmed his mind and continued with the work at hand. At this moment, for Shintozhe, it was also the best opportunity to compete with Xiao Yan and restrain Xiao Yan's refinement of the Netherworld Sea. Not only him, even the king of the underworld had come. For the king of the underworld, at this moment, dealing with the traitor Shintozhe was not the most important matter. First, he had to deal with Xiao Yan. The heaven-punishing sword was unable to enter the Netherworld Sea. The master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders himself, and the experts under him had entered the spiritual sea. The emptiness of Xianmen Tianzong and the divine land was just right for him to do. More importantly, if this dragged on, Xiao Yan would refine the Netherworld Sea deeper and deeper. For them, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. However, Shintozhe was also slightly shocked that the king of the underworld could come in. Shintozhe was not surprised that the king of the underworld could recover his strength so quickly after going into hibernation. Although the ritual had been destroyed twice because of Lin Feng in the Netherworld Sea and Yen Nanlai in the process of seizing the Haotian mirror, causing the king of the underworld to waste a lot of precious resources, the king of the underworld still had enough savings to set it up a third time. What surprised Shintozhe was that the king of the underworld could actually still participate in the fight for the Netherworld Sea. As far as he knew, during the process of fighting with Lin Feng and the rest in the Heaven Calamity Chaotic Space before the war between the two worlds, the king of the underworld not only had his ritual for recovering his strength for the first time been destroyed, but he had also lost his control over the Netherworld Sea. Although Taoist Yu Ming had survived because of the king of the underworld, his control over the Netherworld Sea had inevitably fallen into Shintozhe's hands. However, from the looks of it now, the king of the underworld seemed to still have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, although it looked rather weak. It was still able to guide the king of the underworld into the Netherworld Sea and interfere with Xiao Yan. This made Shintozhe feel doubtful. The same question actually existed in the hearts of Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, Wu Mingqi, and the rest. However, they did not voice it out as well. Everyone's eyes were on the red light pillar that was surrounded by the halos. At this moment, Wu Mingqi had already retracted his gaze from Yan Xinghe. He sorted out his emotions and looked at the light pillar formed by the power of heavenly calamity. Although he was also a proud person, Wu Mingqi knew that among the 4 people in the Netherworld Sea, his strength was the weakest. However, his opponents did not know, but Wu Mingqi himself knew that he had almost no backup. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would be alone if he wanted to interfere in the upcoming battle. If he could maintain his current control over the Netherworld Sea, it could already be considered a success. Although Wu Mingqi disliked Xianmen Tianzong, to Wu Mingqi and the Taishu Temple behind him, the king of the underworld was undoubtedly more hated, and the Buddhists were not completely unrelated to him. At this moment, the king of the underworld and Shintuzhe were both activating their spiritual power and consciousness in an attempt to interfere with Xiao Yan's actions and disrupt Xiao Yan's control over the Netherworld Sea. This was equivalent to suppressing Xiao Yan's strength. If they could completely cut off Xiao Yan's connection with heavenly calamity and the Netherworld Sea, this battle would be much easier for them. For the past decade or so, Wu Mingqi had been doing the same thing. It was just that at this moment, he chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not continue to disrupt Xiao Yan, but he also did not help Xiao Yan suppress the king of the underworld and Shintuzhe. Silently, he stood on the halo as if he had nothing to do with it, merely watching from the sidelines. Shi Tianhao came to the side of Xiao Yan's return to void physique. The 9-zhang tall flame giant turned its head and nodded slightly at Shi Tianhao. At this moment, the many realms of the Netherworld Sea finally fused completely, forming a ring-like domain space. The spatial obstruction in front of everyone also disappeared at this moment. They did not need to attempt to break through the Netherworld Sea domain in order to attack their opponents. Let's go! Although there were only the 2 of them and there were so many opponents before them, Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao both laughed loudly. Instead, they took the initiative to attack their opponents. Xiao Yan's return to void physique suddenly stood up from the flaming lotus. The lotus beneath his feet dispersed and transformed into a boundless sea of flames. As his arms trembled, layers of Netherworld Sea calamities and tribulations surged toward him, causing his body to become even taller. In particular, the dark evil flame and the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame seemed to be endless in this land of the Netherworld Sea's source. The flames were truly monstrous. Beside him, Shi Tianhao also split his abundant essence physique and rage god physique. Above his head, the Sky City and the blue sky all heavens formation unfolded. Under the blue sky, above the majestic city, an invisible wheel of light slowly rose, as if the heavens were rotating together. Chapter 14:14. Xiao Yan manifested his return to void conjured physique, and his entire body was wreathed in flames. The bluish-purple dark evil flame and the black mysterious heavenly tribulation flame surged endlessly from the dark sea and gathered toward Xiao Yan. The 2 extremely terrifying demonic flames formed a pair of huge wings on Xiao Yan's back, one blue and one black. The size of this pair of wings could no longer be described as covering the sky. When the wings extended out, it was as if they covered the entire dark sea world, turning the entire world into this pair of flaming wings. Activating the power of these 2 types of true flames to the extreme, it made Xiao Yan look even more ferocious and domineering. His entire body was shrouded in bluish black, making it hard for others to see his appearance clearly. He was like a flaming god from the 9 hells. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. The king of the underworld and Shintuzhe both shook their heads in their hearts. Although we've tried our best to interfere, his pace of refining the dark sea is still ahead in all aspects. He can already separate and extract the different powers of calamity from the dark sea at will. Although they had such thoughts in their hearts, the emotions of the king of the underworld and the others did not change at all. The king of the underworld formed hand seals with both hands and pointed in the direction of heavenly tribulation, continuing to use his divine sense to permeate the dark sea. His gaze turned toward Yen Xinghe, who had an indifferent and calm expression on his face. At this moment, he took a step forward. With this step, the heaven and earth within the dark sea seemed to tremble slightly, and time and space were separated. On one side, it was Xiao Yan's flaming wings that swept across the world. On the other side, although the world was still shaking and filled with calamities, the all-encompassing flames had receded, and the dark sea had returned to its original state. As the golden light and white clouds floated, an independent holy kingdom appeared in the dark sea. It was like a peaceful paradise during the end of days. It was extremely eye-catching, and the chanting of deities and Buddhas could be heard incessantly. Seeing that Yen Xinghe had activated the 8th stage of the famous Taishu 9 Heavens technique, Shun Tian Miraculous Immortal Realm, Xiao Yan was surprised. Why? After being refined into an evil soul, you can no longer use the heavenly void mystic light? Although he was slightly astonished, Xiao Yan did not have the slightest intention of holding back. The netherworld evil light transformed into a bluish-purple wing. With a wave, it struck towards Yen Xinghe with the power to destroy heaven and earth. That ferocious aura caused the Blood River True Water, 9 underworld cold wind, and other calamities to temporarily retreat. Although Yen Xinghe was unable to use the heavenly void mystic light and had been refined into an evil soul, his cultivation and dermic powers were strong enough to let others see the might of a top figure of the divine land in the past. Shun Tianmiao's immortal domain unfolded. Within the range of this immortal domain, everything seemed to be under the control of Goose Star River. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had attracted a large amount of netherworld evil flame from the netherworld sea. It was fierce and tyrannical, and it was beyond imagination. Among the 7 great, true fires, the Nether Evil Emperor was the existence with the strongest pure destructive power. Under the sweeping purplish-blue demonic flames, space collapsed, time stopped, spiritual energy was obliterated, and physical objects were destroyed. The terrifying destructive power seemed endless, and it was hard to resist. As Yen Xinghe's hands changed, Shun Tianmiao's immortal domain kept changing, avoiding the strong and attacking the weak. Without the king of the underworld's intentional manipulation, Yen Xinghe naturally did not care about his safety. Instead, he used a more suitable tactic to deal with Xiao Yan. As he displayed Shun Tianmiao's immortal domain, he also used the boundless transformation technique, causing his entire being to be like Shun Tianmiao's immortal domain. It was as if his body was in the void, and he did not belong to this world. However, the Nether Evil Emperor was too tyrannical. Wherever the flames touched, it burned through the void and erased reality. Not only did it destroy real objects, but even illusory images were also surrounded by the raging flames. The situation was worrying. However, Yen Xinghe's expression did not change, and he was still as calm as before. As he dealt with Xiao Yan's Nether Evil Emperor attack, he flicked his finger, and rays of golden light shot into the sky. These golden lights danced in the void and turned into colorless treasure lights. The radiance was like falling rain, raining down on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's body stood there without moving. The black wings formed by the mysterious heaven tribulation flame on the other side were retracted at this time, blocking his head. When those colorless treasure lights landed on the surface of the wings formed by the black flames, they were like drops of water falling from the sky, instantly disappearing, evaporating without a trace. The black wings that covered the sky above Xiao Yan's head were like a black sea of fire, devouring anything that entered it. And after devouring Yen Xinghe's attack, Xiao Yan's wings, formed by the mysterious heaven tribulation flame, became even more powerful, and its aura was terrifying. When Yen Xinghe saw this, he changed his hand seals again. Then a magnificent white pillar of light appeared in the netherworld sea, piercing through the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens. It was the supreme demon suppression shield, like a brilliant pillar that suppressed all evil. Wherever the pillar of light passed, even the restless netherworld sea calmed down a little. Ever since Xiao Yan started cultivating, he had come into contact with many cultivators from the Taishu Temple, and he had seen the supreme demon suppression shield many times. But what he saw today was definitely the most powerful supreme demon suppression shield that Xiao Yan had ever seen. In the hands of Yen Xinghe, this Dharma spell mystique gave birth to the essence of returning to its original state, which was different from other Taishu cultivators. When used in the special environment of the netherworld sea, it was not weaker than the 9 heavens of Taishu Temple, and it was even more suitable. Xiao Yan looked at it and saw that there were patterns on the white pillar of light, as though they were engravings. The pillar that supported the heavens became more and more condensed, as though it was gradually transforming from a pillar of light into a physical body, just by observing with the naked eye. The scale of this white pillar of light was not inferior to the red pillar of light manifested by the power of heavenly calamity. Under Xiao Yan's control, the vicious dark heaven calamity flame suddenly grew from his black wings, and a green dragon suddenly appeared. It was the dark heaven calamity flame that burned like black smoke. The dark heaven calamity flame dragon coiled around the white pillar of light and tightened its body. The white pillar of light trembled slightly, and streaks of white light were extracted from it. Meanwhile, the demonic flames around the dark heaven calamity flame dragon grew stronger and stronger. However, the golden inscriptions on the surface of the white pillar of light flickered, supporting the pillar of light formed by the supreme demon suppression shield. 2 flaming wings covered the sky, and more dark evil flame and dark heaven calamity flame gathered around Xiao Yan's return to void dharma body, causing his body to grow taller and taller. He walked toward Yen Xinghe, the king of the underworld, Golden Cicada, Shun Tuze, and the others. With every step he took, his body seemed to grow taller and taller under the illumination of the flames. In the end, the huge flaming wings disappeared, and in their place was a giant over 10 million feet tall. Its entire body was a bluish-purple color, and it was covered by a layer of armor that was condensed from black flames. The giant's facial features were also covered by a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. The giant's eyes were milky white, and they were also formed from pulsating flames. These were pure Yang True flames. However, the pure Yang True flames were not released, and they only existed in the giant's pupils. The flaming giant walked slowly through the ring of light and arrived before Yen Xinghe. Then it pressed its palm down toward Yen Xinghe. The void domain formed by Shun Tianmiao's celestial realm above Yen Xinghe's head was shaking nonstop at this moment. Yen Xinghe used the clear void flow escape technique, sweeping the entire Shun Tianmiao's celestial realm to move. At the same time, he used the exalted devil suppression charm, blocking Xiao Yan's palm that drew upon the power of the netherworld sea to transform into a giant. In the next instant, the Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm lit up. Instead of retreating, Yen Xinghe advanced, seizing the opportunity to attack Xiao Yan. Golden light flashed, and white clouds swirled around the realm. In the blink of an eye, it was as small as a speck of dust a moment ago, but in the next instant, it was even taller than the giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into. However, the giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Xiao Yan had shrunk his body. Not only was he no longer as gigantic as before, but he had also retracted his 90-foot-tall return to void conjured physique and returned to his original size. However, the power of his return to void conjured physique was now fully bolstered by his physical body. Thanks to Shi Tianhao's divine stone of two phases, Xiao Yan could also freely switch between his physical body and primordial spirit form. After reaching the return to void conjured physique, although he couldn't separate the Ying Yuan desolation god like Shi Tianhao could, he could still manifest his return to void conjured physique and unleash spell techniques to the fullest. He could also fuse the power of his return to void conjured physique into his physical body like other martial cultivators, making it even more powerful. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was surging with blood. Not only was his return to void conjured physique fused with the power of the Dark Sea, making him unprecedentedly powerful, he exhaled and threw a punch toward the oncoming Shun Tian's immortal realm. He wanted to shatter the Holy Kingdom before him with a single point. Yan Xinghe looked at Xiao Yan with ripples in his eyes. He had also been through hundreds of battles when he was alive, but the power displayed by Xiao Yan still shocked him. Even with the addition of a portion of the power of the Dark Sea, his power was still astonishing. In order to withstand such violent and ferocious power of the Dark Sea and make it his own, a cultivator's cultivation base had to reach a certain level. Regardless of whether it was what the king of the underworld had told him or what Yan Xinghe had observed for himself, this valiant young man before him was clearly only a return to void stage cultivator. However, his magical powers were shockingly powerful. Xiao Yan's aura was majestic. The terrifying fist that could destroy heaven and earth directly broke Yan Xing, he's Shin Tian Miao, you immortal realm in the netherworld sea, revealing a gap. Meanwhile, this gap was rapidly expanding, and pitch-black spatial rifts were extending around the gap. The realm of golden light shattered, and 1,000 miles of dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. A small gap would immediately trigger the Dark Sea to search for it, and then expand the gap even further. While urging Yan Xinghe to fight Xiao Yan, the king of the underworld was also doing his best to strengthen his infiltration of heaven's misfortune. At the same time, he was disrupting Xiao Yan's previous achievements and suppressing the power of the Dark Sea to aid and improve Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan intended to fight Yan Xinghe in close combat, the king of the underworld tapped a finger in the air, and streaks of black light surrounded the Shun Tian's immortal realm. As he formed hand seals with one hand, he was still trying his best to communicate with heaven's misfortune. The fingers of his other hand moved, and the black light transformed into a gray, mist-like chaotic aura of death, which filled up the gap in Shun Tian's immortal realm. Then, it rapidly enveloped Shun Tian's immortal realm. From the outside, it looked like a giant oval egg. This was the powerful protective magical power that the king of the underworld had created based on the power of the Dark Sea realm, the Dark Sea realm protection. The king of the underworld's orthodoxy required at least 3 people to work together to unleash this powerful magical power. However, in the hands of the king of the underworld, it was effortless. He set up another layer of defense for Yan Xinghe, blocking Xiao Yan's path. Chapter 14:15. Seeing the king of the underworld use the Dark Sea barrier, Xiao Yan smiled nonchalantly. This method was the magic that the underworld emperor had created by imitating the power of the realm of the underworld sea. Even though the realm of the underworld sea was unstable and cracked at times, it could contain thousands of catastrophes without leaking into the boundless world. The defensive power of the realm of the underworld sea was self-evident. The realm protector of the underworld sea, derived from the willpower, was also an excellent defensive magic. In terms of pure defensive power, it was one of the best in the entire history of the human cultivation world in the Divine Land. It's just that one reason is that Xiao Yan's comprehension of refining the Nether Sea is even deeper than the Emperor of the Underworld. 2. Because of the group of disciples of the Emperor of the Underworld who were captured, the Xian Gate Sky Sect also has a detailed method of protecting the Nether Sea. Although it was the same mystique that was used by Su Anda and the rest, the essence of the mystique could not be compared to that of the King of the Underworld. However, Xiao Yan had a deep understanding of this mystique. He raised his palm like a blade and chopped down on the dark sea barrier that was formed from the chaotic, deathly aura. As Xiao Yan's palm chopped down, his spiritual power surged. He did not hold back, but all sorts of terrifying powers gathered in the world. The Blood River True Water and the Yellow Springs True Water flowed, the infinite astral baleful water. The 9 underworld Een Wind blew, the nether evil flame, and the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame burned. Endless calamities and tribulations mixed together, forming a rotating force that crushed towards the dark sea barrier. Even the true dark sea realm would occasionally break, causing calamities and tribulations to leak out and poison the world. Although the King of the Underworld's dark sea barrier was strong, when Xiao Yan used the power of the dark sea to attack it, it shook violently. It was like a sand sculpture on the shore being hit by a huge wave, and it immediately started to collapse. Seeing this scene, the King of the Underworld seemed to be mentally prepared. His expression did not change at all. His original intention was to buy some time for Yan Xinghe. While the Dark Sea Protector was helping to defend, Yan Xinghe's entire body surged with magic power. Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm quickly repaired the hole that Xiao Yan had created. His body began to flicker with a mysterious and unfathomable radiance. It wasn't bright, it wasn't dazzling, it was hard to describe, hard to fathom, and hard to touch. It was the last technique of the 9 heavens of Taishu scripture, heavenly Taishu mystic light. However, the great void mystic light around Yan Xinghe was different from before. There was a dazzling mark on the mystical radiance that enveloped Yan Xinghe. These traces were also formed by light, but they were much more dazzling than the great void mystic light that filled the sky. However, this dazzling light wasn't as strong as the great void mystic light. Instead, it seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It had lost its mysterious and unfathomable profoundness. Because of the existence of this scar-like light, the great void mystic light around Yan Xinghe's body seemed to be inferior. It could be described, and it even seemed to have a concrete shape and appearance, although the quality of the universal great void mystic light was outstanding. And Yan Xinghe was one of the few great void stage experts that Xiao Yan had personally come into contact with. The universal great void mystic light that he was using now still gave off a feeling of difficulty. Xiao Yan's gaze fell on the mark, and a look of realization appeared on his face. This feeling is the result of being injured by Master and Aunt Xuanli. No wonder. At this moment, his return to void physique had fused with his physical body, and he had also gathered the power of the dark sea to strengthen himself. His power had become extremely violent. In a flash, he directly rushed into the hole in the Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm that had yet to close. Once he entered the Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm, Xiao Yan instantly felt his body become heavy, and the circulation of his magic power became sluggish. The spiritual qi and the various laws of this place were repelling him. This was a world created by Yan Xinghe's magic power, and it even isolated the invasion of the power of the Dark Sea from the outside world to a certain extent. After entering this place, the laws of heaven and earth were naturally under Yan Xinghe's control. However, Xiao Yan didn't care. He took large strides forward, and with each step, the Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm shook. Cracks appeared on the immortal Buddha kingdom that was like a glorious paradise. Xiao Yan used brute force to break through the tricks, and more power of the dark sea surged in. This caused the glorious Shun Tianmiao's immortal realm to wither as if it was facing a catastrophe. The golden light gradually dimmed, and the essence of the celestial music became muffled. The white clouds constantly dissipated, and countless great Tao runes were constantly being worn down. In Xiao Yan's eyes, there was a dark red light that was no different from the heavenly calamity. As he took a step forward, he had already arrived in front of Yan Xinghe. His left hand swept up the raging black heaven tribulation flame, and he clawed at his opponent, forming a terrifying suction force that was even more terrifying than a black hole. It locked his opponent in place, making it impossible for him to dodge. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he punched at his opponent. Yan Xinghe's eyes narrowed. He saw that in Xiao Yan's punch, there seemed to be many streams of great Tao light that converged at a single point. On that point, there was a light that constantly changed between bright and dark, alternating and rotating like a flickering spark in the darkness. However, that spark that seemed like it could be extinguished at any time, that tiny bit of light contained a terrifying and primal power. There was a hint of the great Tao of heaven and earth being reborn after being destroyed, and then being destroyed again. The cycle repeated endlessly. When Xiao Yan's yin and Yang Guiyuan hammer smashed down, it immediately caused the layers of Tao laws in Shun Tianyou's wonderland to collapse. The Tao of rebirth after destruction was no longer something that Yan Xinghe could freely control. Although he maintained Shun Tianyou's wonderland and continued to evolve the spatial world, these newly born Tao laws quickly collapsed. Being sucked in by Xiao Yan's boundless black heaven tribulation flame, Yan Xinghe felt that he could not use the clear sky circulation or the ascending heaven technique to dodge. The black heaven tribulation flame's terrifying power that could devour everything was fully unleashed at this moment. Under Xiao Yan's control, the black smoke-like flame took the initiative to attack, absorbing everything around it. The suction force formed made it hard for Yan Xinghe to evade, forcing him to take on his yin and yang Guiyuan hammer head-on. If it was just Xiao Yan's black heaven tribulation flame, it would have been fine. With Yan Xinghe's strength, he would not have been sucked in. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was gathering the endless black flames in the Netherworld Sea. Yan Xinghe was in the Netherworld Sea, and he could feel the terrifying power affecting the space and time around him, making it hard for him to escape. Yan Xinghe extended both his hands forward. On his left and right index fingers, there was a ball of light rapidly condensing. One was half black and half white, and the other was high and ethereal. The two balls of light rapidly combined into one, and the great void mystic light around Yan Xinghe's body also condensed towards the ball of light on his fingertip. The ball of light constantly shrank and condensed. Finally, it condensed together with the great void mystic light on his fingertip, becoming more and more mysterious. That glaring scar seemed to have disappeared for a moment. He extended his finger and pointed it towards Xiao Yan's yin and yang Guiyuan hammer at the spot of starfire that manifested the Tao of life and death. At the point of contact, the space and time suddenly darkened and became distorted. In the next moment, Shun Tian's wonderland completely shattered, and where Xiao Yan and Yan Xinghe's powers intersected, that flickering light like a spark in the ashes, and that unfathomable, indescribable, and indescribable light at this moment exploded together, becoming incomparably bright. The brilliance was oppressive. For a moment, this dazzling radiance even lit up the dark, oppressive, and chaotic Netherworld Sea. It caused this apocalyptic world that was filled with destructive power to have a moment of brightness and warmth. Within the boundless light, Yan Xinghe's low groan could be heard. Streams of light flickered around his body, protecting his body as he retreated. Xiao Yan's forward momentum was also interrupted, and he stopped at his original spot. The mysterious heaven tribulation flame around his body surged, absorbing the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. His entire body was wrapped in black flames, and he looked like a demon god that had descended to the world. Yan Xinghe's expression was wooden, without the slightest expression. Black and white light flickered around his body, and his originally weakened spiritual power became abundant again. However, the great void mystic light that filled the sky was no longer visible. On top of the king of the underworld's head, a life and death underworld Tao fruit silently floated in the void, and the black and white light flickered on it. He glanced at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly. His finger tapped lightly, and dark streams of light fluctuated continuously. Within the light streams, an ancient book appeared. As the pages of the book flipped, it seemed like layers upon layers of the world of the dead were manifested, and it even contained the profoundness of the cycle of life and death. The powerful fluctuations of the creation treasure spread out, shaking the void. It was the book of life and death that the king of the underworld controlled. The king of the underworld raised his palm, and the book of life and death flew into midair. The light and shadow of a majestic world instantly appeared. That world was different from Yan Xinghe's Shun Tianmiao's fairyland, but it was not dark and terrifying. It was just lifeless, and it was gray, making one unable to see any signs of life. It was not that there was no sign of life in that world, but wherever the gray shrouded, everything seemed to have come to a stop and stop. Everything in the world became a colorless gray, and all life lost its luster. It was a world that was completely different from the world that millions of living beings lived in. It was a world that belonged to the dead. Xiao Yan looked at the book of life and death without fear, and he laughed instead. King of the underworld, I thank you on behalf of my old Mount Tai. Thank you for your book of life and death. The ancient dynasty's creation treasure, the longevity lotus seat, was because Gu Jun had obtained a few pages of the king of the underworld's book of life and death during the war between the two worlds, which allowed him to take the last step and achieve creation. The king of the underworld said indifferently, "Do you think that it's so easy to take advantage of me? There's still a long way to go. It's the same for Gu Jun, and it's the same for you." As he said that, the king of the underworld pressed his palm down, and the world of the dead formed by the book of life and death pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. Under his command, Yan Xinghe also took the initiative to attack again. The king of the underworld himself continued to change his hand seals, and he tapped a few times at the red pillar of light that heavenly calamity had manifested in the distance. The netherworld sea was becoming increasingly chaotic, and the red pillar of light formed by heavenly calamity was constantly shaking. Countless calamities and tribulations were born and destroyed. On the other side, Shun Tu-Zhe did not hold back either. He did the same thing as the king of the underworld, constantly shaking the netherworld sea, interfering with Xiao Yan and suppressing Xiao Yan's advantage and battle strength. At this moment, Golden Cicada was also fighting Shi Tianhao. Chapter 14:16. Shi Tianhao's Inyuan body, and the body of the rage god manifested separately. The 12 heavenly generals' spiritual bodies flew out from the top of his body of the rage god's head and transformed into the original form of the azure sky all heavens array. In the center of the blue sky formed by the azure sky all heavens array, a majestic immortal city stood high above the 9 heavens. It was the city in the sky. On top of the city in the sky, there was an invisible wheel of light. As it rotated, it seemed to pull all the heavens and realms together. Shi Tianhao lifted the great celestial wheel. With the support of the city in the sky and the azure sky all heavens array, he walked under the blue sky. His figure seemed to be everywhere and instantly appeared in front of Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. The giant black cicada above his head transformed into a Buddha. After the Buddha appeared, a number of flowers fell from the sky. Layers of Buddha light shone in all directions, forming a world of its own. The Buddha light separated itself from the blue sky formed by the azure sky all heavens array, like two different worlds. Shi Tianhao's figure appeared at the edge of the blue sky, outside the Buddhist nation. The Buddhist nation and the blue sky were two different worlds. In the blue sky, he seemed to be everywhere and everywhere. He didn't even need to use his mind to be there, because he had existed for a long time. He appeared with a thought and could go anywhere. But entering the Buddhist nation was another matter. Shi Tianhao couldn't do as he pleased, as he could, in the azure sky, all heavens array. Shi Tianhao looked at the boundless pure land formed by the Buddha light and raised his eyebrows slightly. The body of the rage god lifted the great celestial wheel and smashed it toward the pure land of Buddha light with unparalleled ferocity. The terrifying power, like the collapse of the heavens and the destruction of the universe, seemed to want to destroy the pure land that had survived thousands of tribulations. Golden Cicada's figure disappeared, leaving only the shadow of the Buddha in the void. A giant black cicada crouched beneath it. As the cicada's wings flapped, the sound of cicada chirping shook heaven and earth. But at this moment, the cicada's chirping was completely different from before. It was no longer mournful and shrill, but pure and perfect. The entire pure land of Buddha light centered on Golden Cicada. It was transparent inside and outside, like glass, like mist and illusion residing in the void. Shi Tianhao executed the great heavenly wheel and struck it out. For a moment, he felt that it was unreachable. The pure land of Buddha aura seemed to have frozen the changes of the Dharma and logos of the world, turning the short distance into the horizon. Unlike the great Saint Zhu Yan's manipulation of space, Golden Cicada's current technique was even more profound and mysterious. Even if Shi Tianhao wanted to make a breakthrough, for a moment, he felt like a tiger trying to bite the sky, with nowhere to bite. The chanting of sutras echoed in the void, along with the chirping of cicadas, causing people to not feel irritated. Instead, their moods gradually eased and calmed down, but they also lost their fighting spirit. Shi Tianhao's eyes flickered. He looked up at the giant Buddha and giant cicada in the center of the pure land and said grumpily, "Well, Golden Cicada, are you bullying me because my attainment in the Tao of karma and fate is not as good as second senior brother and third senior brother?" The giant cicada did not move at all. The Buddha sat on the giant cicada and stretched out his finger to gently pinch the falling shoro flower. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he did not say anything either. Shi Tianhao stared at the zenith heaven and the pure land, and suddenly laughed, much more unbridled than Golden Cicada. "Golden Cicada, you are someone who has existed since ancient times. You should know that the devil Buddha is merciless, right?" As he spoke, his body of the desolate god took a step forward and disappeared into his body of surplus yuan. His body of surplus yuan, which was 100 feet tall, became even taller. Shi Tianhao looked at Golden Cicada. In the eyes of his body of surplus yuan, there was suddenly a brilliant brilliance flowing. The Tai Chi pattern on his forehead spun and disappeared without a trace. And on his forehead, right in the middle of his eyebrows, a pitch-black crack gradually appeared. In the Azure Heaven formation, the appearance of the Sky City also changed, turning into a shining pagoda. This pagoda did not seem to have any layers. It was a complete whole, and its shape was difficult to describe. But as it stood there, it suppressed the heavens and seemed to have the ability to suck in the stars and change the moon. Hidden within the exuberant vitality was the true meaning of chaos and primordial chaos, making the pagoda look extremely mysterious. It also seemed to exist between reality and illusion, changing unpredictably. The pagoda flew out and fused with Shi Tianhao's body of surplus yuan, falling into the heart of Shi Tianhao's body of Dharma physique. Boom, boom, boom. A low sound rang out. It did not ring in the ears of the people, but in the depths of their hearts. Not only Golden Cicada, but even the king of the underworld, Yan Xinghe, Shintuzhe, and Wu Mingqi seemed to feel that low sound ringing in the depths of their hearts and souls. It was like the sound of a heartbeat. It was continuous, its rhythm fast and slow, making Golden Cicada and the others feel a wave of irritation in their hearts. Not to mention the king of the underworld, Yan Xinghe, and Golden Cicada. Even Shintuzhe and Wu Mingqi had extremely firm minds and wills. They rarely felt this kind of restlessness. Even if it did appear, it would be instantly dispelled. If they had this feeling when they were concentrating on their cultivation, they would have to calm their hearts. Otherwise, it would be the birth of inner demons and a sign of qi deviation. But at this moment, even if they calmed their hearts and dispelled it, the irritation would be extinguished and reborn as the sound of the heartbeat continued. Everyone naturally knew that this was Shi Tianhao's doing. At this moment, Shi Tianhao held the great celestial wheel and stood under the blue sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky, formed by the blue sky all heavens formation, intertwining with the heartbeat, as if amplifying it. The rotation of the great celestial wheel did not seem as violent as before, but it was even more solemn. The rhythm of its rotation was also in line with the heartbeat. Every time the heartbeat sounded, the great celestial wheel rotated once. The rhythm was constantly changing, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. With the support of the great celestial wheel and the blue sky all heavens formation, Shi Tianhao pushed his dharmic powers to the extreme. Golden Cicada's attainments in the Dharma were already extremely profound. But at this moment, under the influence of Shi Tianhao, the traces of the pure land of Buddha light gradually became tangible. It was no longer untouchable and unreachable. The blue sky domain formed by the blue sky all heavens formation began to gradually permeate the Buddha light. The pure land was compressed step by step, while the blue sky expanded step by step. Accompanying it was Shi Tianhao who took a step forward again, striding toward Golden Cicada. The great Buddha on the back of the giant cicada looked serene and calm, the smile on his face undiminished. At this moment, he simply stood up and stood on the back of the giant cicada. He formed a Dharma seal with both hands, and then pushed his palm toward Shi Tianhao. With this push, the light shadow of the great Buddha immediately solidified, as if a real Buddha had descended, no longer illusory. From all over the great Buddha's body, an aura of supremacy spread out. When he struck out, it seemed to envelop heaven and earth, engulfing the entire vast thousand worlds and attacking Shi Tianhao together. The Mahavirokana divine palm seal, the great thousand seal. In the history of the divine land, it was the most famous martial arts magical power, dominating the present and controlling heaven and earth. Seeing this, Shi Tianhao revealed a look of interest. He laughed and said, "Come, come, come. Let's see who is the #1 martial artist in the divine land." After saying that, his abundant yuan body suddenly disappeared, and the body of the desolate god reappeared. The abundant yuan body was accommodated by the desolate god, and thunder divine patterns appeared on his body. As Shi Tianhao's figure suddenly expanded, he became even larger than the great Buddha. With a quick step, he unceremoniously struck the yin and yang guiyuan hammer. His yin and yang guiyuan hammer was different from Xiao Yan's deduction of the birth and death of the great Tao. Instead, It evolved the cycle of the great wilderness and the changes of creation. In terms of pure physical qi and blood power, it was above Shaoyin. With a swing of the hammer, it collided with Golden Cicada's Mahavarokana palm, Great Thousand Seals. The whole world shook. Where the two fists and palms met, a vacuum was formed. Shi Tianhao laughed and punched out one punch after another. As for the great Buddha body that Golden Cicada had manifested, he also activated the Mahavarokana palm fist seal to meet Shi Tianhao. Both sides fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the end, Shi Tianhao also absorbed the Sky City and the blue sky all heavens formation into his body. His entire body became indomitable, and the top of his head seemed to break through the void of the netherworld sea above. As for the great Buddha that Golden Cicada had transformed into, his figure also grew further. The giant black cicada light shadow under him also disappeared. The entire pure land of the Buddha nation had merged into his body, and he had also become incomparably huge. He attacked Shi Tianhao. Wu Minqi looked at this scene and frowned slightly. Golden Cicada has now manifested his true form, but he can still manifest the body of a Buddha. He has completely merged the Buddhist Dharma with his demon body. To be able to do this, the birth of the future Buddha Lord has played a huge role. This Golden Cicada is probably not much inferior to the great sage in terms of physical qi and blood power. The strength of physical qi and blood has always been Golden Cicada's weakness. Shi Tianhao also felt the same, but he didn't care. He just pushed his physical martial arts to the extreme and started a great battle with Golden Cicada. When the crowd saw his performance, they were undoubtedly even more shocked. Is this kid really only at the Void Return realm? Golden Cicada was also slightly impressed. He didn't say anything else. The great Buddha struck out with his palm, and as he fought Shi Tianhao, his other hand formed another Dharma seal. The next moment, a black ocean appeared in the void. It was silent. The appearance of this black ocean caused the netherworld sea to tremble slightly. The red pillar of light manifested by the power of heavenly calamity, also shook slightly, as if it had been startled. Shi Tianhao's eyes lit up. He saw that the black ocean seemed to contain a power that could destroy and weaken all things. In the silence, it was soul-stirring. The silent and terrifying black ocean pressed down on Shi Tianhao, trying to drown him. At the same time, Golden Cicada formed fist seals with both hands and continued to attack. Shi Tianhao shouted. As the great celestial wheel rotated, it seemed to cause the myriad realms to collapse and collapse together. Then it turned into a rolling tide, crashing towards Golden Cicada. Vast and boundless powers collided with each other, causing a large number of disasters in the netherworld sea to shake together, turning the surroundings into a land of death. A dazzling light flashed between Shi Tianhao's brows, and the divine light of finality spewed out at this moment. It turned into a destructive rainbow, splitting the black ocean that was in a stalemate with the great celestial wheel in the middle. Chapter 14:17. The divine light of finality flashed between Shi Tianhao's eyebrows. Like a sharp blade, it cut open the black ocean that Golden Cicada had activated from the middle. However, the expression of the Buddha that Golden Cicada had transformed into did not change at all. Then, the split black ocean closed up again and continued to attack Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao raised his eyebrows slightly. His divine light of finality contained a wonderful power and intent, marking the end of all things. Wherever the divine light of creation passed, regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, anything that was cut off would never be able to recover. Even though Golden Cicada's supernatural powers were powerful, his Buddhist Dharma profound, and he had comprehended the true meaning of tranquility and nirvana, It was still unusual for the Black Ocean to recover so quickly after it was broken. The Buddha that he had transformed into stood above the Black Ocean. He put his palms together and pushed them towards Shi Tianhao. He had to deal with both the Black Ocean below and the Buddha's Vairocana palm above him. For a moment, Shi Tianhao felt that there was no way out. At this moment, a grand voice seemed to echo in Shi Tianhao's ears. The sea of bitterness is boundless. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and the nirvana realm is difficult to cross. Everyone talks about transcendence, but who can really achieve it? Sensing that Golden Cicada was suppressing his mind, Shi Tianhao sneered. As he calmed his mind, he carefully recalled the process of his divine light of finality coming into contact with the Black Ocean that Golden Cicada had created, trying to figure out the meaning contained in it. Shi Tianhao's eyes flickered slightly. Divine patterns of multicolored light once again appeared between his eyebrows. They turned into a dazzling brilliance in the void and shot towards the Black Ocean. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ocean was broken open again. The silent Black Ocean that was full of destructive power undulated, but this time it was difficult for it to recover. The brilliance between Shi Tianhao's eyebrows flickered, forming a bridge in the void. Countless light shadows sat cross-legged on the bridge, and endless chanting of the great Tao could be heard from the light shadows. This was Shi Tianhao's other divine light of creation, the divine light of origin. When Golden Cicada saw Shi Tianhao's divine light of creation, he could not help but shake his head slightly. It was the first person in history to possess two beams of divine light of creation at the same time. However, the divine light of creation happened to neutralize his divine power, which he had used to simulate the tide of the Dead Sea. At this moment, Shi Tianhao had the support of Sky City, the blue falling all heavens formation, and the great celestial wheel, so the power of his origin divine light had also increased. However, Golden Cicada's expression was calm. Rays of perfect treasure light spread out from the Buddha body that he had manifested. It was as if he was in the center of the unmoving body, immortal and indestructible. Watching the battle between Shi Tianhao and Golden Cicada, the king of the underworld's eyes flickered slightly. Then he looked at Xiao Yan, who was as ferocious as the ruler of the Nether Sea. His expression turned slightly solemn. It was said that his divine power and dermic powers were exquisite, that he could come back from the dead, and that he could return to the pinnacle of the vast 1,000 domains in less than 30 years. However, Xianmen Tianzong's development and growth shocked even him. Not to mention Lin Feng himself. Even the growth of his disciples had left everyone dumbfounded. The king of the underworld, who had seen countless times and experienced countless storms, was the same. The king of the underworld's eyes were pitch black, like the darkest abyss, devoid of any light. Yan Xinghe's evil soul and the Book of Life and Death were pressing down on Xiao Yan at this moment. However, Xiao Yan was surrounded by raging flames. He was fearless, and he drew upon the terrifying power of the Nether Sea to attack from every direction. Although he was held back by the king of the underworld and Shintuze, and his connection to the Nether Sea and Heaven's Bane was not as close as before, this was the Nether Sea realm after all. The one who benefited the most from this battle was still Xiao Yan, and it was far more than the others. The king of the underworld's gaze moved back and forth between Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao. Then he suddenly stretched out both his hands, and as his hand seals changed, rays of gray light flew out from his body, and then fluctuated in the void, finally forming two huge black altars. Each altar was divided into 3 levels, showing the 3 symbols of heaven, earth, and man. They were perfectly integrated with the cycle of life and death, and the ruler of the nether world, forming a powerful aura that seemed to be unparalleled. This was the strongest magical art of the king of the underworld's orthodoxy, nether ritual. The king of the underworld stretched out both hands, and then closed his fingers together, clenching his palms together. As he clenched his fists, the two black nether ritual altars enveloped Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao, respectively. Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao frowned at the same time. They wanted to react, but Golden Cicada and Yan Xinghe's evil soul were using their own methods, and they could not afford to be distracted for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao were both enveloped by the black altars. The two counterattacked forcefully, and endless flames and lightning struck the black altars. The black light on the altar flowed continuously, sealing Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao within. Yan Xinghe's evil soul and the Book of Life and Death jumped onto the altar together and used the altar's powers to suppress Xiao Yan. Golden Cicada stood in front of the altar and did not make any moves. He only observed Shi Tianhao's situation inside. His reaction was naturally within Golden Cicada's expectations. Although they had joined forces to deal with Xiao Yan and Xianmen Tianzong in the Netherworld Sea, it was only because they had a common goal. It did not mean that they were on good terms with each other. While they were attacking together, they were also on guard against each other. Shintazhe did not attack directly, but instead focused on interfering with Xiao Yan's connection with Tian-Yi and the Netherworld Sea. The king of the underworld would not cause trouble for him now, but after seeing that Golden Cicada had gone all out, the king of the underworld finally took action personally. Golden Cicada also did not dare to casually ascend the altar formed by the king of the underworld's nether ritual. Before dealing with the threat of Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao, they naturally would not have any internal strife. But after that, it might not necessarily be the case. In the end, the problem still lay in the Netherworld Sea, and if they were no match for Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao and were forced to retreat, they would be the ones looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the other party. They would be a greater threat than the pursuit of Xiao Yan and the others. After all, once they left the Netherworld Sea, Shi Tianhao would be fine, but Xiao Yan's strength was destined to decline. But even so, Xiao Yan and his junior brother could feel the strangely overbearing power of the king of the underworld's magical powers. Shi Tianhao was still fine. The Sky City and the blue sky all heavens array were above his head, and the body of the Rage God had expanded to its limit. If not for the changes in the space inside the black altar, Shi Tianhao's rapidly expanding body would have bursted. He held up the great celestial wheel and stared at the black altar like a tiger watching its prey. But Golden Cicada was guarding outside, waiting for him. Although he would not ascend the altar to join forces with Shi Tianhao, if Shi Tianhao broke out of the seal, he would immediately be intercepted by Golden Cicada. The man and the demon, who had been fighting fiercely just now, suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other across the black altar, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. On the other side, Xiao Yan was having a hard time. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Inside the black altar formed by the nether ritual magical power, Xiao Yan felt that his connection with Tian-Yi and the Netherworld Sea had weakened further. This black altar was like an independent world, and it was even more complete than the Shen Tian immortal realm that Yan Xinghe had just unleashed. The inside and outside of the altar was a completely different world. The rules and dharma were completely different, and the power inside was even stronger. After Yan Xinghe and the Book of Life and Death entered the black altar, their power showed signs of increasing, and they were like fish in water. Under such circumstances, the pressure on Xiao Yan skyrocketed, and his expression became more solemn. But Xiao Yan's face showed no fear. Instead, he slapped the top of his head, and blazing flames surged out, instantly transforming into a 30-meter-tall giant sitting cross-legged on a flaming lotus platform. This flaming giant was Xiao Yan's return to void dharma body. After appearing, it immediately engulfed Xiao Yan's physical body. Its eyes opened, and the netherworld sea shook. The flame giant's body was covered in flames. The blue-purple netherworld evil flame, the black mysterious heaven tribulation flame, the milky white pure yang true fire, the needle-like golden sun true fire, the cyan Ksitigarbha true fire, the red lotus karmic fire, and the golden-colored Nanmingli fire that flickered with red and blue radiance appeared together. But soon, the other 5 true flames all disappeared, leaving only the ferocious, dark, evil flame and the sinister, mysterious, heavenly tribulation flame. These 2 true flames grew more and more intense, and they stirred up the boundless flames in the netherworld sea. What caught the attention of the king of the underworld, Yen Xinghe, and the others was that the dark, evil flame and mysterious heavenly tribulation flame seemed to have attracted the other vicious natural disasters in the netherworld sea to Xiao Yan, and they were all converging toward him. Even though the black altar had isolated the netherworld sea from the outside, the trembling of the netherworld sea seemed to have blurred the boundaries of this realm, and the power of the calamities began to circulate around Xiao Yan's body. The unbearably filthy blood river, true water, transformed into a monstrous sea of blood that hung upside down above Xiao Yan's head. The yellow springs, true water that could purify all things, transformed into a long river of the yellow springs, which surged and roared soundlessly as it revolved around Xiao Yan's body. Streaks of 9 Hell's Een winds, which were like black rays of light that could freeze all things, also revolved around Xiao Yan. The boundless baleful wind, which was in the form of a red mist of light, blew around relentlessly, and within the mist of light, one could vaguely see countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts struggling and howling together. Behind Xiao Yan's 90-foot-tall return to void stage Dharma body, a pair of boundless wings, one blue and one black, unfurled, and the dark evil flame and mysterious heavenly tribulation flame were both burning fiercely. The dark red light in his eyes almost materialized, and he made a strange seal with both hands before bringing them together in front of his chest. Slowly, he pushed them forward. Everyone was situated in the realm of light, and the red pillar of light in the center of the realm became unprecedentedly dazzling at this moment. The myriad tribulations of the netherworld sea around Xiao Yan's body converged toward a single point in front of him. That pitch-black point flickered in and out of existence, displaying the power of creation and destruction. The tribulation of the netherworld sea was a terrifying power of calamity that brought about destruction. At this moment, it had evolved to the pinnacle of destruction, and even a doomsday world would come to an end as the great Tao would collapse. After destruction came rebirth, and this cycle continued to repeat as the power of the netherworld sea continued to increase. Following Xiao Yan's actions and the trembling of the heavenly tribulation, a vast amount of destructive power in the netherworld sea was drawn by Xiao Yan, and it converged toward a single point. With a single thought from Xiao Yan, this terrifying power exploded forth, directly shattering the black altar that was protecting him. Chapter 14:18. The nether evil blaze, the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, the blood river true water, the 9 nether sinister wind, the boundless astral baleful water, and the yellow springs true water were the strongest and most ferocious forces in the netherworld sea. Apart from these 6 ferocious and evil forces, the netherworld sea also contained the dark extermination chi, the demonic dream charming stone, the ferocious eye ghost fire, the floating thunder water, and many other terrifying calamities. Any one of them would bring great destruction to the vast 1,000 domains. At this moment, it wasn't just the nether evil blaze, the yellow springs true water, and the other calamities. The myriad calamities of the netherworld sea were all gathering at the point in front of Xiao Yan. The terrifying destructive forces were all gathered at one point. Extermination was not the end, but the cycle of life and death was eternal. In this process, the power of extermination was endless. This was the mystique and dharma spell that Xiao Yan had cultivated in the Netherworld Sea for many years after he had refined his spirit to return to the void. He had used Xianmen Tianzong's heavenly virtue scripture as the foundation, and combined it with the myriad calamities of the Netherworld Sea, the Tao annihilation floating life. In the Netherworld Sea, the power of the Netherworld Sea was much stronger than in the vast thousand domains. The king of the underworld and Yen Xinghe had the deepest understanding of this. The black altar that enveloped Xiao Yan was shattered by the terrifying power of the Tao annihilation floating life. Even the netherworld ritual that the king of the underworld had personally set up could not withstand the attack of Xiao Yan, which had drawn on the power of the Netherworld Sea. Yen Xinghe and the Book of Life and Death, who were also in the Black Altar, had to face the baptism of that terrifying power. When the king of the underworld saw Xiao Yan execute this spell, the black light in his eyes flickered slightly. He felt that his netherworld ritual could no longer cut off the connection between Xiao Yan and the Netherworld Sea. With a thought, the power of the Book of Life and Death instantly retracted, while Yen Xinghe's evil soul was mainly responsible for resisting the impact of Xiao Yan's Tao annihilation floating life. Even so, the aura of the Book of Life and Death weakened slightly, and Yen Xinghe's body was riddled with holes. His body, which was completely condensed from light and shadow, was now in tatters. After the power of Tao annihilation and rebirth erupted, the aftermath of the Netherworld Sea's myriad calamity once again appeared. It also left many wounds on Yen Xinghe's body. Filthy blood stains stained his body, which was caused by the blood river True Water. A layer of black ice directly formed on the surface of his body, which was caused by the 9 Serenity's cold wind. A large part of his body had disappeared, but the blue-purple demon fire was still burning on his wounds, which was caused by the nether evil flame. Under the terrifying attack, Yen Xinghe's evil soul was almost completely destroyed by Xiao Yan's attack. The king of the underworld's eyes were pitch black as he stared at Xiao Yan. Even Golden Cicada, Wu Mingqi, and Shintazhe looked in his direction. Their hearts sank. In the Netherworld Sea, this kid is indeed ferocious. If he is allowed to completely control the Netherworld Sea, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone knew in their hearts that in reality, this still wasn't Xiao Yan's current strongest state. Other than Wu Mingqi, who did not participate, the king of the underworld and Shintazhe were still disrupting his connection with Heaven's Bane and the Netherworld Sea. After breaking through the king of the underworld's netherworld ritual with one strike, severely injuring Yen Xinghe and repelling the Book of Life and Death, Xiao Yan stood tall in the Netherworld Sea like a supreme ruler. The dark red glow in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even his entire body was covered in a layer of dark red glow. He looked extremely ferocious and domineering. However, at this moment, the aura around Xiao Yan was fluctuating. It was extremely unstable, just like the Netherworld Sea that everyone was in. However, Xiao Yan did not seem to care about this. He continued to move forward, taking the initiative to approach the king of the underworld and the rest. His entire person was like a frenzied and irritable Netherworld Sea. The king of the underworld's expression did not change. Yen Xinghe's body, which had been weakened by the previous battle, was rapidly recovering. The injuries on his body were also recovering quickly. However, Xiao Yan's Tao annihilation rebirth technique had triggered the calamity of the Netherworld Sea and displayed the birth and destruction of the great Tao. The power of the Tao annihilation was extremely strong. Although it was not as strong as the attack from Lin Feng's Heaven exterminating sword during the war between the two worlds, it was still a huge hindrance to the recovery of Yen Xinghe's evil soul. He was unable to recover in a short period of time. The half-black, half-white life and death underworld Tao fruit above the king of the underworld's head spun. With the guidance of his magic power, Yan Xinghe's evil soul transformed into a stream of light and returned to the Tao fruit. His figure merged into the white side of the Tao fruit. As the Tao fruit spun, Yan Xinghe's figure appeared on the black side of the Tao fruit. Although Xiao Yan was brave and heroic, he did not underestimate his enemies. Xianmen Tianzong had a deep understanding of the king of the underworld's Tao orthodoxy. He knew that the life and death underworld Tao fruit was evil, and that the evil soul it refined was unique. When the Tao fruit turned back to the white side, Yan Xinghe would reappear to participate in the battle. Perhaps because the power of the Tao Annihilation Rebirth technique was too strong, his injuries would not be able to fully recover. However, he would be able to fight again. At the end of the day, his opponent was still the king of the underworld. Xiao Yan strode forward step by step. Calamities and tribulations revolved around his body, causing his void return stage physique to grow larger and more ferocious. The king of the underworld and Xiao Yan stared at each other. The black light in his eyes suddenly dissipated, revealing a pair of eyes that were no different from an ordinary person's. His eyes were no longer like the dark abyss. However, the fluctuations of his aura of magic power were even more terrifying. His figure also grew taller abruptly. It was not purely because his body had grown larger. Rather, the king of the underworld seemed to have reached a higher level and was able to look down on heaven and earth. Beneath his feet, a huge black, three-tiered altar silently rose from the ground. The black-robed emperor, who stood atop, it seemed to rule over the three worlds of heaven, earth, and man. If Xiao Yan had not received the power of the dark sea to strengthen his body, he would have been shaken to the core and would not have been able to calm his heart. The king of the underworld's eyes were filled with indifference. He extended his hands forward. One hand was as white as jade, while the other was as black as ink. As the king of the underworld brought his palms together, a black and white wheel appeared and floated in the void. As the wheel spun, everything around it changed as if they were about to wither and die. Even the various vicious calamities and tribulations in the dark sea seemed to be divided into two states, life and death. It was as if the difference between life and death had been forcefully established. And under the effect of the mighty mystique of the king of the underworld that spun the mysteries of life and death, everything around him was thrown into a state of death. In an instant, even the calamities and tribulations in the dark sea seemed to be unable to cause any harm to the king of the underworld. Xiao Yan howled into the sky, stirring up the power of the dark sea and activating the art of annihilation of life and death once again. You have the Tao of life and death, so I will destroy your orthodoxy. The destructive power seemed endless as it attacked the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld said indifferently, "Sacrifice." The black and white wheel in front of him spun even faster at that moment. 3 empty life and death underworld Tao fruits flew out and formed a huge black altar in the dark sea. The black and white wheel flew into the altar and turned to dust without a sound. The power of the black altar became even more majestic, even more vast, and even more evil. The king of the underworld said slowly, "Before me, all is silent." The black altar instantly turned into a black barrier, blocking in front of the king of the underworld. This barrier did not emit any aura at all. It did not have any powerful waves of dermic power, nor did it have any strong intent. But as this black barrier stood there, it seemed to isolate the realm, preventing the king of the underworld from seeing any danger or tribulation. Time and space seemed to distort at that moment. The attacks that came from other directions all landed on the barrier in front of the king of the underworld and were blocked by this black barrier. However, Xiao Yan's violent art of annihilation of life and the power of the dark sea blasted on it, causing cracks to appear on the black barrier. The cracks spread slowly and steadily, extending across the entire surface of the black barrier. Behind the barrier, the underworld emperor watched this scene indifferently. The half-black, half-white life and death nether Dao fruit above his head spun, and Yan Xinghe's figure appeared within it. The black half turned to the white half, and then Yan Xinghe stepped out of the Dao fruit. The king of the underworld opened his palm, and the book of life and death appeared on it. Rays of gray light shot up into the sky. At that moment, Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned violent and impatient. He looked at the book of life and death, and Yan Xinghe, who had appeared behind the black barrier, with a cold gaze. As he communicated with the dark sea and activated the art of annihilation of life, his other hand opened. Other than the dark evil flame and the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, many other types of true fire appeared and gathered in his palm. A small, exquisite, and extremely terrifying flame lotus began to condense in his palm. The destructive and terrifying energy waves surged, shaking the entire void of the dark sea. At that moment, the red light pillar formed by the power of heavenly calamity faded, revealing its true appearance. It was a huge stone pillar. This stone pillar did not give off a mellow and heavy feeling. Instead, it exuded an extremely sharp aura. It was like a peerless divine weapon. Silently, it stood there, unmoving amidst the calamities of the dark sea. However, it was like the source of chaos, the source of calamity, and the source of destruction. Two mysterious and ancient words, heavenly calamity, appeared faintly on the surface of the stone pillar. As heavenly calamity truly appeared, the chaos in the dark sea intensified. Even the ring-shaped bounded domain space, which was formed from the fusion of many dark sea realms, became unstable. Shi Tianhao was fighting Golden Cicada. At this moment, he turned to look at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly. Although eldest senior brother has become an almighty who has survived the calamity, activating the art of annihilation of life and the celestial flaming lotus at the same time would be fine in the vast thousand domains. But now, he has to activate the power of the dark sea. This is beyond his current limits. After all, eldest senior brother has not completely controlled the dark sea. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present changed. They suddenly felt a strange existence, especially Xiao Yan, who had the deepest connection with the dark sea. His expression was one of shock and surprise. It seemed to be right in front of them, but also seemed to be far away. The dark sea bounded domain space actually began to shake violently. It was as if a huge crack was about to break open in the void of heaven and earth. A crack appeared in the dark void of heaven and earth. The white light manifested by the power of the bounded domain space within the crack flashed continuously. Finally, the space was torn open to both sides. The dark sea bounded domain space actually cracked open at this moment. When everyone's divine senses swept over, they discovered that the crack in the dark sea did not lead to the vast thousand domains. Chapter 14:19. Although the Nether Sea realm was stable, and the natural disasters and tribulations did not flow out, it would occasionally break apart. Everyone fought in the Nether Sea, causing the Nether Sea's tribulations to become more violent and chaotic. Naturally, the impact on the realm was greater. But if the Nether Sea was completely chaotic, it would undoubtedly be a great danger to those within it. Hence, both sides tried their best to control the storm near Tianair. Even Xiao Yan, who was using the power of the Nether Sea to strengthen himself, did not forget to maintain the stability of the realm. To him, he had to control the power of the Nether Sea as much as possible and not make it more chaotic. Previously, when the Nether Sea had been disturbed by the heaven-crushing sword, A crack had appeared in the Nether Sea, but it had quickly healed under everyone's tacit understanding. Now, the Nether Sea had suddenly cracked, and everyone was slightly surprised. At the same time, the cracked Nether Sea did not lead to the divine land. On the other side of the crack, it was pitch black. Faint starlight flickered, but there was more darkness. The dark void was not calm, but as chaotic and complex as the Nether Sea. The chaos of space-time was even more agitated than the Nether Sea. This time, the Nether Sea had cracked open, and the place it led to was the Void Sea, one of the 7 seas of heavenly origin. The Void Battlefield. Sure, Tianhao's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had thought of something. His expression changed dramatically. As the void cracked open, the netherworld wind, true water of the netherworld, mysterious heaven tribulation flame, and other disasters poured into the endless void. But the crack was extremely chaotic, and space-time was distorted. As the disasters of the Nether Sea poured into the Void Sea, something from the Void Sea also poured into the Nether Sea. Those were formless void storms of enormous scale. The terrifying space turbulence even stirred up the calamities and tribulations of the netherworld sea at the entrance, forming countless vacuum areas. They were like empty scars, appearing extremely dazzling in the netherworld sea that was densely covered with calamities and tribulations. Xiaoyan, the emperor of the underworld, Golden Cicada, and the others all understood. So that's how it is. A rarely seen large-scale storm has been stirred up in this area of the battlefield of the void, forming a resonance with the surging tides of the Nether Sea. The domain of the Void Sea itself is extremely unstable. At a certain time, both sides have reached their peak, and working together, the domain barrier is broken. Xiao Yan turned his head to look, only to find that Shi Tianhao was looking at the void storm with some fear. To Xiao Yan, it was rare to see Shi Tianhao in such a state. With a thought, he abruptly came back to his senses and fixed his gaze on the domain crack. The void storm that rushed into the netherworld sea also swept up some other things. There were many huge rocks in the void battlefield, and they all looked strange. These rocks looked as small as grains of sand between the vast netherworld sea and the void sea domain, but in fact, they were extremely huge. They were like floating continents or even small planets. For them to be able to survive in such a terrifying void storm and not be turned into dust, the surface of these rocks all flashed with a glossy luster. Within the luster, there were large numbers of divine runes. The vast majority of these runes were not left behind by humans, but were naturally formed by heaven and earth. The glow protected the rocks, allowing them to survive in the storm. However, these rocks were only a minority. Most of them did not produce natural spiritual energy, or their natural spiritual energy was not strong enough. They had long been crushed by the storm, no longer existing. In the void battlefield, if a cultivator with a lower cultivation encountered a large-scale void storm and did not have the protection of a powerhouse, their only chance to save themselves would be these giant rocks. Some people who hid in the void battlefield would also choose one of these rocks as a foothold. However, the void storm before them was too vast, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Even after rushing into the netherworld sea, it did not dissipate. Those huge rocks that were protected by the spiritual light were also being worn down, and the rocks themselves were starting to break. Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao stared at those huge rocks and saw that there was a cave abode on the largest one. The spiritual light on the surface of the huge rock was about to dissipate, and the cave abode and the huge rock were about to be destroyed by the void storm. At this time, a tall elder with messy hair walked out of the cave abode. He looked solemnly at the spiritual light on the surface of the huge rock, and the spiritual light on the surface of the huge rock was getting weaker and weaker. He looked around and barely saw the illusion of the netherworld see through the turbulence of the storm. At first, he was surprised, but then he smiled and said, "This looks like the netherworld sea. I didn't think that I would finally have the chance to leave the void sea. I came out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den, but this life is not in vain. I just don't know if I can survive and return to the vast thousand domains." "Grandfather," a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Separated by the void storm, he could not hear it clearly, but it made all the hair on Shi Zhongtian's body stand on end. In the void storm, he was dizzy and disoriented. He tried hard to distinguish the source of the voice, and vaguely saw a tall and handsome young man in the netherworld sea. He looked like himself, and even more like his son, Shi Xiling. Even though Shi Zhongtian had never seen Shi Tianhao like this, he would not mistake him for someone else. He just felt that it was ridiculous and unbelievable. He thought that it was an illusion created by the void battlefield or the netherworld sea, but when he saw Xiaoyan, the king of the underworld, Golden Cicada, and the others, and that both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, Shi Zhongtian no longer doubted it. However, he could not care less about reuniting with Shi Tianhao at this moment. He was still enveloped by the void storm, and he was in a precarious situation. Although he did not know Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao's opponents, he only knew that they were his grandson's enemies. Shi Zhongtian's hair and beard were standing on end. He looked extremely mighty, but the light in his eyes was not reckless. He retreated back into the cave abode. Although he could not see through the level of the battle between Shi Tianhao and the others, he was still in the void storm at the moment, and he was in a precarious situation. How could he help them? There was only one way, and that was to make use of the terrifying storm that put him in danger. The cause of this storm was because he had been trapped in this cave abode, and he had caused trouble in order to escape. Although he could not protect himself, the huge rock where the cave abode was located was like the eye of the storm, and he could make use of it. As for his own safety, Shi Zhongtian did not care. Even if there was a chance to reunite with his grandson, the old man would not hesitate to kill his enemies first. The void storm was chaotic, and it did not care where it was directed. It only wanted to crush and destroy everything in its path. Dodge quickly. The cave abode, where Shi Zhongtian was immediately lit up, and the void storm that was full of destructive intent pressed down on the king of the underworld, Golden Cicada, and the others. The void storm was extremely violent. When Wu Mingqi and Shen Tuzhe saw it, their expressions became very solemn. However, the king of the underworld, Golden Cicada, and Yan Xinghe were relatively calm. Instead, they took advantage of the distraction of Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao to launch an attack and gain the upper hand. However, Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao looked at each other, and sparks flashed in their eyes at the same time. "Eldest senior brother, let's go." Shi Tianhao suddenly retracted his body of the rage god, and once again transformed into his body of the raging god. The sky all heavens array unfolded, with Sky City in the center and the great celestial wheel hanging high above. Shi Tianhao's raging essence body landed on the city wall of Sky City, his eyes shining as he looked at the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada. In the next moment, the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada frowned slightly. They only felt a thunderous rumble in the void where their bodies resided, as if the void had been blasted apart by a thunderbolt. This formless void, thunder had no trajectory to follow. It came and went without a trace, and without warning, just like that. It was Shi Tianhao's 9 heavens formless void thunder tribulation. Although Shi Tianhao's thunder technique was strange and powerful, the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada reacted in time, suppressing the void with all their might and dispelling the formless thunder. However, this was just a means, not Shi Tianhao's true goal. guided by this formless thunder, the vast void storm began to clearly point at the king of the underworld and the others roaring down. Even though Shi Zhongtian could influence the void storm in the cave abode, it was far inferior to Shi Tianhao's accurate determination of the void storm's direction. He also concentrated the void storm's power and prevented it from dissipating. This void storm resonated with the nine heavens' formless void thunder tribulation. It began to continuously shatter the space in the netherworld sea, causing the void storm to grow stronger and stronger, its momentum expanding continuously. This was Shi Tianhao's killing move. The king of the underworld and golden cicada, who had been able to maintain their calm previously, now looked solemn. They saw the storm pouncing on them becoming stronger and stronger, as if it had the power to sweep through the netherworld sea. However, its power was concentrated on one point, and under the guidance of Shi Tianhao's nine heavens' formless void thunder tribulation, it attacked them. Protect your old man. Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao had been fellow disciples for many years, so he knew him very well. When Shi Tianhao first made his move, he already knew what he was thinking. When Shi Tianhao activated the nine heavens' formless void thunder tribulation, Xiao Yan put his palms together and slowly pushed them forward. The art of the annihilation of Tao rebirth was once again unleashed. In the underworld sea, which had already been stirred up by the storm of void, thousands of calamities and tribulations surged at the same time, pouncing toward the emperor of the underworld and golden cicada along with the storm of void. The frenzied storm blended with thousands of calamities and tribulations, stirring up huge waves in the netherworld sea. The huge crack between the netherworld sea and the empty sea not only showed no signs of healing, but it was also growing wider. As the storm circulated, under Shi Tianhao's special guidance, its target became only one. While its destructive power became more condensed, it also became slightly more orderly. The eye of the storm, in particular, was relatively calm. After Shi Tianhao activated the nine heavens' formless void thunder tribulation, he immediately activated the great celestial wheel, carrying him into the eye of the storm. The 12 immortal generals' spiritual bodies, formed by the blue sky all heavens formation, instantly turned into 12 metal men, fixing the eye of the storm together with the city in the sky. Then Shi Tianhao stretched out his palm, which became extremely huge, covering the sky and the moon, and sucked in the huge rock where Shi Zhongtian was. Then he did not retreat from the storm, allowing the void storm to cause damage to him. The power of the 12 metal men and the city in the sky reversed together, causing the storm to become even more violent, rushing towards the king of the underworld and the others together with the storm. Chapter 14:20. As Shi Tianhao merged with the void storm and charged at his opponent, Xiao Yan used the Tao annihilation rebirth to trigger the dark sea calamity to interweave with the void storm. The invasion of the void sea's power caused Heavenly Doom to shake even more intensely, as if it was enraged. This time, Xiao Yan no longer restrained it. Instead, he guided the enraged Heavenly Doom to unleash its power. Even the king of the underworld and the others sensed that something was wrong. They wanted to stop Xiao Yan's actions, but they felt powerless as the dark red light flashed. Not only Xiao Yan's body, but also the dark sea. Even the surface of the void storm seemed to be plated with a layer of dark red. The surging tide immediately rushed towards the emperor of the underworld and golden cicada like an earth-shattering wave. In the crack leading to the void battlefield, the void storm was endless, and it seemed to be growing more and more intense, as if there was no end to it. The even more ferocious power in the dark sea was also abandoned and mobilized. The power of heaven and earth from both sides was now opposing each other, but under the guidance of Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao, they strangely combined, transforming into a terrifying tide unprecedented since the start of the war, rushing towards the king of the underworld, golden cicada, and the others. At this moment, Even the expressions of the king of the underworld and golden cicada changed slightly. Although the tide before them was already extremely ferocious, it was not just a single wave. It seemed to be endless, constantly drawing on the terrifying destructive power of the dark sea and the void sea. Moreover, this terrifying tide seemed to be surging and would only get stronger and stronger. But what they were most concerned about was that as the tide surged, Heavenly Doom's turbulence in the dark sea was also growing more intense. With Xiao Yan's momentum, whether it was the king of the underworld, Shen Tuzhe, or Wu Mingqi, they all vaguely felt that their connection to the dark sea was weakening, while Xiao Yan's connection to Heavenly Doom and the dark sea was growing stronger. The king of the underworld and Shen Tuzhe's interference on Xiao Yan was now faintly ineffective, and their control over the netherworld sea was instead affected. The vicious good fortune magical treasure, Heavenly Doom, was alarmed and seemed to be making a decision. Furthermore, the vast netherworld sea seemed to have its own independent will, which put them under immense pressure. At this moment, they first had to face the baptism of the netherworld sea's myriad tribulations and the void storm. The king of the underworld directly shattered the netherworld altar beneath him. Layers of black light formed a barrier in front of him, blocking the raging waves that engulfed the world. The book of life and death was held in his hand. Rays of gray light flowed and interacted with the magical power of the king of the underworld. A great power burst forth and strengthened the barrier. On the other side, Golden Cicada manifested the Buddha and the Pure Land, turning a short distance into a world to protect him. Wu Mingqi was not attacked by Shi Tianhao's 9 heavens formless void thunder. The terrifying void storm did not target him, and the art of annihilation rebirth that Xiao Yan had triggered in the netherworld sea's myriad tribulations would not be directed at him. But now that the raging waves were passing by, even standing at the edge, one could feel the destructive power contained within. Although he was unwilling, Wu Mingqi had to admit that if this power were to attack him head-on, he would undoubtedly die. There was no doubt about it, not to mention resisting. He would not even have the chance to escape. Whether it was his personality or his status, Wu Mingqi had always been proud and arrogant. He had a firm and unyielding will. But at this moment, he retreated with a complicated expression, watching the terrifying, raging waves brush past him. To him, the outcome before him was not a crime of fighting. Shaking his head, Wu Mingqi retreated. The images of the netherworld sea were still surging in his eyes. Behind him, an extremely unstable domain passageway appeared, as if it would distort and shatter at any moment. Wu Mingqi let out a long sigh. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked into the crooked passageway, gradually disappearing. Compared to him, Shen Tuzhe was in a miserable state, while Shi Tianhao's 9 heavens formless void thunder was dealing with the king of the underworld and golden cicada. It did not forget about him. Similarly, thunderbolts were born from the void and landed on him. If not for Golden Cicada's protection, he might not even have had the time to trigger the power of the netherworld sea to defend himself. And when the torrent of the void storm and the netherworld sea's calamity arrived in front of him, Shen Tuzhe was unable to break through the netherworld sea's passageway and escape like Wu Mingqi, restricted by Xiao Yan's power. Now, it was Xiao Yan who was suppressing and interfering with his connection to the netherworld sea, making it difficult for him to operate his divine senses and thoughts, making it difficult for him to trigger the netherworld sea. At this moment, even Golden Cicada could not protect himself or take care of him. Shen Tuzhe could only watch helplessly as the terrifying tide in front of him engulfed him. Shen Tuzhe's face was as gloomy as water. He suddenly clasped his palms together and exerted all his strength. The 18 golden lamps above his head were all lit up, manifesting into 18 rays of Buddha's light, layer upon layer protecting him. Amidst the Buddha's light, the sounds of Sanskrit chanting could be heard incessantly. Vajra wheels, monk staffs, golden alms bowls, golden pagoda, prayer beads, and many other Buddhist treasures appeared. Within the Buddha's light, there seemed to be a pure land where all the elements were perfected. Being in it, everything that one wanted to do could be easily accomplished. It was the pure land of victory, eliminating jealousy and worries, purifying the 5 skandhas, and transforming jealousy to obtain wisdom. It represented all achievements, perfection, and fulfillment of one's desires. But under the pure land of victory, beneath Shintoze's body, wisps of gray mist emerged. Its power was completely different from that of the pure land of Buddhism. It was dark, deep, and lifeless. In the gray mist, a half-black and half-white Tao fruit gradually appeared. Then it turned into a light wheel of intertwined black and white colors. It kept rotating, as if it was performing the cycle of life and death, the netherworld. As Shintoze clasped his palms together, 2 completely different principles and concepts fused and repelled each other at the same time. Yet they produced an extremely powerful force. With a thought in his mind, a black iron staff flew out. It was a magic weapon of the incarnation level. 18 golden tin rings appeared on the originally extremely ferocious black iron staff. As they swayed, they gently collided with each other and made a sound. The sound caused the murderous aura on the black iron staff to converge, revealing a compassionate Buddha's will. This was a magic weapon that Shintoze carried with him. Its power was extraordinary. It was originally refined with the orthodoxy of the king of the underworld, and then refined again with the Dharma. Now, its power was even more powerful. However, it still needed time to accumulate before it had a chance to reach the Mahayana grade. At this moment, Shintoze exerted all his strength. Naturally, all kinds of treasures on him were activated at the same time. In addition to the magic weapons, numerous talismans lit up, and even an array diagram lit up at the same time. It turned into the dark world of death, protecting him together with the layers of defense he had set up before. But unfortunately, under the impact of the terrifying tide, all his defenses were useless. They collapsed in an instant. Shintoze could only watch helplessly as his primordial spirit continuously turned into ashes. He had prepared more than one method of rebirth for himself, but none of them worked as they should. Under the terrifying power that could destroy the great Tao of heaven and earth, they were all destroyed in an instant. Shintoze struggled to look at the raging tide in front of him. It was as if his vision wanted to pass through the layers of storms and see Xiao Yan. He vaguely caught a glimpse of Xiao Yan's figure, but saw that Xiao Yan's eyes were fixed on the king of the underworld and Golden Cicada. Are we no longer enemies of the same level? This was the last thought in Shintoze's mind. In the next moment, his entire body was submerged by the destructive torrent. His spirit was destroyed, and he no longer existed. Not only Shintoze, but the Underworld Sea could also sense that he could not effectively communicate with the Underworld Sea and could not open a path to retreat. The destructive tide was overwhelming and endless. Even he found it difficult to deal with it. Your Majesty, be decisive. After all, this is not the decisive battlefield, is it? At this moment, Golden Cicada's voice suddenly rang in the King of the Underworld's ears. A cold light flashed in the King of the Underworld's eyes, and he suddenly turned to look at Golden Cicada. At this moment, Golden Cicada's expression was serene, although his protective Buddhist light was constantly being worn away and was about to completely shatter. However, Golden Cicada was not in a hurry. He transformed back into the appearance of the young monk in gray. He opened his palm, and 2 rays of light, one red and one purple, flew out from his palm. These two rays of light intertwined with each other in the void, circling nonstop, and then suddenly shot up into the sky. As they intertwined, the two rays of light, one red and one purple, opened a hole in the void above Golden Cicada's head. In that hole, a large amount of white light flashed. The white light gradually turned into a door, which opened with a loud bang. When the door opened, the white light dimmed and disappeared without a trace. It was as if an ordinary door had appeared in the void. However, in the violent and chaotic underworld sea, where disasters and tribulations filled the sky, such a peaceful scene was extremely abnormal, especially from the fox, which was as vast as the sky and the sea. It was as if there was no end to the spiritual energy surging out, which was even more eye-catching. Through the door, one could vaguely see what looked like ribbons of light, rising and falling, flashing in the void. Everyone present knew that that was the spirit sea. Those ribbons of light were the physical manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth in the spirit sea. Under the destructive tide that Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao had randomly released, even the open door of the spirit sea seemed very unstable, as if it would close at any time. But in this short period of time, the door of the spirit sea seemed to have frozen the space where Golden Cicada was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Golden Cicada leaped up. His feet seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs. He seemed to be walking carelessly, but in an instant he had already arrived in front of the door and stepped through it. Before the door could automatically close again, under the bombardment of the destructive tide, it began to distort violently. Finally, it turned into a shadow of light and burst like a bubble. The king of the underworld watched this scene expressionlessly, then looked at Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao. Finally, he did the same thing. Two rays of light, one purple and one red, rose from his palms and flew into the air, transforming into a door leading to the spirit sea. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao had already arrived in front of them. The king of the underworld frowned. Yan Xinghe's evil soul stood in front of him with a calm expression, while the king of the underworld himself was pulled away by the door of the spirit sea. Xiao Yan glanced at Yan Xinghe. "Little junior brother, your old man has returned safely. You can pursue the spirit sea in peace. Leave this place and the divine land to me." Chapter 14:21. Shi Tianhao glanced at Xiao Yan and immediately nodded. "Eldest senior brother, after this incident, you have made great progress in refining the netherworld sea. However, you should still be careful." As he spoke, Shi Tianhao opened his palm and used the secret key of the netherworld sea that Lin Feng had left for him. Two beams of light, one purple and one red, shot into the sky and opened the door to the netherworld sea. Then he and the great celestial wheel were received by the door and left the netherworld sea, after losing Shi Tianhao's guidance. Although the raging tide in the netherworld sea was still abnormally violent, its seemingly endless momentum also stopped. The further the life and death underworld Tao fruit, refined evil soul, was from the owner of the Tao fruit, the greater the drop in strength. At this moment, the king of the underworld had already left the netherworld sea. Yan Xinghe's aura immediately started to weaken. Under the impact of the raging tide, Yan Xinghe's Yuan spirit, which was in front of Xiao Yan, suffered heavy injuries and became abnormally weak. Because the power of the netherworld sea surrounded him, it formed a disguised imprisonment effect. Not only could Yan Xinghe's evil soul not leave the netherworld sea with the king of the underworld, the life and death underworld Tao fruit, refined from his evil soul, was also blocked by the domain power and left in the netherworld sea. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the raging tide gradually calmed down. Although the netherworld sea still looked like it was doomsday, the ominous omen that seemed like the end of the world had finally disappeared. At this moment, the calamities and tribulations in the netherworld sea started to encircle and suppress the void storms that rushed in. The netherworld sea was connected to the empty sea. The abnormally terrifying domain crack no longer expanded. Instead, it constantly twisted and started to gradually shrink. The domain power of the netherworld sea started to repair its damage. During this process, many calamities and tribulations flowed out of the netherworld sea and disappeared into the dark void. As the void storms that rushed into the netherworld sea gradually dissipated, the huge crack also gradually healed until it disappeared. Heavenly calamity no longer manifested its true form. It was once again shrouded by a dark red light and turned into a red pillar of light that looked over the netherworld sea. After the previous battle, the world around the red pillar of light had been reduced to nothing. A dangerous place like the netherworld sea required a long time to transform, and where everyone was previously, the ring-shaped domain formed by the many netherworld sea realms had almost ceased to exist after the previous battle. As time and space changed, the ring-shaped spatial domain completely disappeared, and the dark sea realm and middle realms from before also disappeared without a trace. Only an independent small world, like an atmospheric bubble, was near the red pillar of light. This world was the first world among all the worlds within worlds. It was also the world where Wen Qiyang had lived when he fell into the netherworld sea in the past. After Xiao Yan entered this world, he saw a life and death netherworld Dao fruit appear in the void, and Yan Xinghe's figure appeared. As the half-black, half-white life and death nether Dao fruit spun, Yan Xinghe's figure shifted from the black side to the white side. Then he stepped out of the Dao fruit. At this moment, Yan Xinghe's aura was much weaker. Although the tide had subsided, he had still been seriously injured. If not for the tide subsiding, he would have died on the spot. Even so, he who had returned to the world through the life and death nether Dao fruit had become extremely weak. The life and death nether Dao fruit that had refined his evil soul had shattered and ceased to exist. Without the Dao fruit, Yan Xinghe, who had been refined into an evil soul, was like a tree without roots. Although he still existed in the world, he was not far from disappearing completely, unless the king of the underworld personally activated another netherworld Dao fruit to refine him before he completely disappeared. But the king of the underworld had already escaped to the spirit sea. The fate that awaited Yan Xinghe was self-evident. However, Yan Xinghe did not feel depressed or frustrated. Instead, he was abnormally calm. To him, complete extinction might be a form of release. Within the dark sea realm, Yan Xinghe's emotions, which had always been calm, finally showed some fluctuations. He looked around, and his eyes flashed as though he was thinking about something. Xiao Yan looked at him indifferently. That's right. This is where Dao Venerable Red Sun lived after he fell into the dark sea. Yan Xinghe looked at him and said, Dao Xian, Du told me about it. His voice was gentle, like flowing water. However, there was no warmth in it. It was neither cold nor hot, as though there were no emotions in it. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. In today's world, there were not many who knew the title of the king of the underworld, or rather, the title of the capital emperor before he became the human emperor. There were very few written records. The first time Xiao Yan had heard of the name Daoist Xian Du was from the king of the underworld's personal disciple, Su Anda. In fact, everyone referred to him as the king of the underworld. Even the title of the king of the underworld when he was on the throne was not known to many. However, as someone from the same generation as the king of the underworld, Yan Xinghe, who had watched him ascend to the throne as the second temple master of Taishu Temple, was naturally not surprised that he knew the title of the king of the underworld before he ascended to the throne. Xiao Yan put his hands behind his back. He did not feel the pressure of facing a legendary figure in the immortal Tao. He said indifferently, "Your judgment as an emperor is really not that good." Yan Xinghe shook his head. Xia Fangyu abandoned the divine abyss to search for the cloud demon first. It was unwise. It was indeed beyond my expectations. It was my mistake that caused the divine land to become a threat. He only mentioned Xia Huang, not the king of the underworld. At this point, there was nothing much to say about the king of the underworld. Xiao Yan looked at him and narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you mean that as long as Xia Huang goes to search for Ji Huang Shenyuan first, everything will be fine?" Yan Xinghe said indifferently, "Senior brother Wen is already in danger. There is no need to make things difficult for him." He paused for a moment and continued, "In the future, when he returns from the Netherworld Sea, he should know that the bigger picture is more important." Xiao Yan laughed coldly and stared at Yan Xinghe. It is said that when a person is about to die, his words are kind. Seeing you today, I know that there are always exceptions. Yan Xinghe's expression was as calm as before. The divine land is above everything, including senior brother Wen Xiafangyu and me. When senior brother Wen was alive, he could suppress me, Xiafangyu, and the cloud demon. But when he is gone, no one can guarantee what the cloud demon will do. Xiao Yan looked at him coldly. In terms of hatred, Wen Qiang has killed countless demons. Do you think the possibility of the demons accepting his family or killing them is higher? Yan Xinghe said indifferently. When senior brother Wen was stubbornly leaving the White Cloud Mountain, I already tried to persuade him, but he did not listen. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared. He sized up Yan Xinghe, and his gaze was much calmer, but there was a hint of danger in it. After a while, Xiao Yan said slowly, "Other than the grudge with Xia Huang, the cloud demon has never made things difficult for others in the divine land. As for the phoenix race, the divine parasol tree race, the Qilin race, the Xieji race, and many other demon races, they rarely made things difficult for the human race in the primordial epoch. Even if there were disputes, it was the human race who attacked first. In the primordial epoch, the two worlds were at odds. Even with the Saint Emperor of the demon race, there were still many demons who did not participate in the war between the two worlds." Yan Xinghe seemed to understand what he was implying, but his expression remained indifferent. Demons are demons in the end. Xiao Yan stared at him without saying anything, and his gaze became even sharper. Yan Xinghe seemed to be unaware of this. Perhaps the cloud demon will side with the demon race, or perhaps not. However, I will not place my hopes on his choice, and the divine land will not either. He glanced at Xiao Yan. If I had known that senior brother Wen had not truly fallen, and that there was a higher chance that he could refine the Netherworld Sea and return to the divine land, I might have made a different decision. However, it was not because I trusted the cloud demon, nor was it because I feared senior brother Wen. It was because senior brother Wen's existence was more useful to the divine land than Xia Fangyu. However, at that time, the cooperation between our temple and Xia Fangyu was seamless. He was naturally more useful to the divine land than the untrustworthy cloud demon. Yan Xinghe's tone was as calm as water. Under the premise of not knowing senior brother Wen's exact situation, no matter how many times it happened, my choice would not have changed. However, before senior brother Wen died, I had failed him. When Xiao Yan heard this, he had a faint smile on his face. In other words, you only feel guilty for deceiving Dao Lord Scarlet's son at the last moment. You do not have any regrets about the matter itself. Yan Xinghe said indifferently, "Why should I regret it? I don't think there is anything wrong with my decision." Xiao Yan looked at him strangely. if Tao Lord Scarlet Sun did not leave White Cloud Mountain himself, but chased you out, what do you think the outcome would have been? Yan Xinghe was silent for a moment. The matter of the past ended with Wen Qiyang leaving the mountain. There was no drastic change in Taishu Temple, but there was no doubt that there was a huge commotion within. At that time, Wen Qiyang's marriage with Cloud Demon was controversial, but there were many people who accepted and supported it. If Wen Qiyang wanted to forcefully expel Yan Xinghe and the others who opposed him, it would not have been difficult. When he and Yan Xinghe clashed, the Haotian mirror would most likely remain neutral. Furthermore, the Haotian mirror had yet to fully recover. If there was an internal conflict, even if the Haotian mirror and Yan Xinghe were on the same side, the victor would still be Wen Qiyang. However, if the matter really went out of control, Taishu Temple would inevitably fall into discord, and its strength would decrease. In the end, Wen Qiyang chose to go into exile to settle the dispute. He would still participate in the war between the two worlds. After a brief silence, Yan Xinghe said, "Senior brother, one would not do that. In his heart, the most important thing is the divine land. On this point, we share the same opinion. Senior brother would not sit and watch our temple fall into discord. However, he made the wrong decision regarding the Cloud Demon." Xiao Yan chuckled, but his smile was a bit cold. "Yeah, he's actually always been thinking about your Void Temple, thinking about his sect. That's why he only asked you not to use the clear sky mirror to help Emperor Xia search for the whereabouts of the Cloud Demon during that battle with the extreme Emperor's divine abyss in the ancient era, knowing of the dangers of that battle. He only asked you not to use the clear sky mirror to help Emperor Xia search for the whereabouts of the Cloud Demon, and not to rely on you for protection, making it so that there is no longer any room for reconciliation between you and Emperor Xia. If you don't find the Cloud Demon, will you really become enemies with Xia Huang? Not necessarily. How can Xia Huang be sure that after that battle, how much of the Haotian mirror's power is left, and whether it can find the Cloud Demon? Although Xia Huang dotes on his children, is he willing to take the initiative to become enemies with Taishu Temple? If he wants to cover it up, he can. It's just a matter of whether he is willing or not. Yan Xinghe did not deny it. He nodded indifferently. Demons are demons, after all. It is best to nip the risk in the bud. Xiao Yan looked at him. Ice and charcoal do not cook the same stove. We have nothing to talk about. You don't look like someone who talks nonsense, and you don't care about what others think. Why are you saying so much to me? Chapter 14:22. Xiao Yan looked at Yan Xinghe calmly. In your eyes, you are open and above board. Even if you don't have a clear conscience, you are doing it for the greater good. But that is just your way of thinking. What do I see? A cold, narrow-minded person who speaks pompous words, but is selfish and stupid. Xiao Yan said coldly, people of different principles cannot make plans together. There is nothing more to say between us. I am about to leave this world completely, so there is no difference between what I say and what I say. Yan Xinghe's gaze landed on Xiao Yan. I said all this because I want to confirm one thing. Daoist Xian Du has already told me about your relationship. Your actions are more dangerous than senior brother Wen's. After talking to you, I can confirm this. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. That is why ice and charcoal are different. Yan Xinghe was already very weak. He clasped his palms together and did not say anything else. He looked straight at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. You mean you want to continue fighting with me? I don't need to fight with you. You will turn into ashes very soon. Moreover, I have already fought with you. At least in this netherworld sea, you are not my match. I have the geographical advantage. I am in perfect condition. You are not at your peak, but I am at the spirit refinement returning realm. If I beat you, who are at the tribulation passing realm. I am not taking advantage of you, right? Yan Xinghe revealed a faint smile. You will fight. I can vaguely feel that you have obtained senior brother, when's 9 sons creation divine light. He was smiling, but there was no joy in it. There was no warmth or passion. It still gave off a distant and indifferent feeling. It was as if he did not have any emotions. Xiao Yan looked at him, and his gaze became colder. Yan Xinghe did not care and said indifferently, "How about it? Using senior brother, when's 9 sons divine light to bury me. Does that make you happy? Do you feel that this is the retribution I deserve?" Xiao Yan looked at him and suddenly laughed. You've been refined into an evil soul by the king of the underworld. What other trump cards can you hide? You definitely don't know the heavenly secret art. Even if I haven't seen the other magical powers of Taishu Temple, I've heard of them. But I really can't think of anything else you can rely on in your current state. Are you trying to provoke me into fighting you because you want to catch me by surprise and drag me down with you? Or are you trying to sabotage me, sabotage my sex refinement of the Netherworld Sea, and use your last bit of energy to weaken my sex strength in the last moment of your life? Only then can you leave with a clear conscience and no regrets. Yan Xinghe looked at Xiao Yan, and the smile on his face gradually became clearer. He turned his head and looked around the Netherworld Sea, then looked up at the sky, and said carelessly, "My talent is not as good as senior brother Wen's. I can't cultivate the heavenly secret art, so I had to study some things myself. Finally, I made some progress, but before I finished, I had to fight with Daoist Xian Du. That's why I couldn't leave anything for the sect. But these few things, I've studied them thoroughly. They belong to me, and I don't want to use them. Even if Daoist Xian Du used the Netherworld Tao fruit of life and death, he couldn't force me to use them. Now that the Netherworld Tao fruit of life and death is gone, I can let it see the light of day again." Yan Xinghe said blandly, "Can you teach me?" Xiao Yan looked at him, and the smile on his face grew wider, but his eyes grew colder. "Don't worry. I know you don't have good intentions, and I know you want to drag me down with you, with your dying strike. But I'm not afraid." The smile on Xiao Yan's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. He said blandly, "I'll give you a chance, but let's see how far you can go. Although I don't like you, as a senior, I'll give you this last bit of dignity." He stood in the middle of the Netherworld Sea realm, but he didn't use the power of the Netherworld Sea, nor did he use Heaven's Bane to communicate with the creation treasure. He just walked straight towards Yan Xinghe. Yan Xinghe's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care what Xiao Yan thought. To him, it was enough for him to have a chance to show off his skills at the last moment of his life. It's just that when he saw Xiao Yan walking over step by step, his usually unperturbed state of mind still slightly shook. He seemed to see a familiar figure on this resolute and confident young man. He was wearing a brown linen robe that looked tattered, and he had an arrogant and fearless expression on his face. His laughter seemed to be coming from afar, and it was getting closer and closer. Yan Xinghe's eyes narrowed, and the scene in his memory disappeared. All that was left was Xiao Yan, who was walking towards him. As Xiao Yan walked forward, his entire body was enveloped in flames, and his figure grew taller. In the end, he turned into a 9-zhang tall god of flames that looked at Yan Xinghe. He extended his palm forward, and streams of true fire gathered. They slowly condensed, and finally formed a flaming lotus flower above his palm. This lotus flower didn't look terrifying, but it was very exquisite. It was divided into 5 layers, and the bottom layer was green. It looked as dense as the earth, and there were no flames leaping about, but it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. Above the green was pure gold. Rays of light emerged from the flames, and they were as dazzling as needles. When others looked at them, it was as if they were staring at the sun. Above the gold was black, as if black smoke was swirling around it. It gave off an extremely ferocious feeling, as if it wanted to devour the heavens and the earth. But above the black petals, there was a layer of milky white petals, which were extremely positive. Above the milky white lotus petals, there were a few dainty smears of gold, with red and blue light constantly flowing on the surface. At the core of this flame refinement, there were a few red spots of light that looked like lotus seeds. The red was resplendent and pure, like a ruby. It made one feel as if their soul had sunk into it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire flaming lotus did not reveal any particularly terrifying aura, but Yan Xinghe's gaze turned even more serious. No matter what plans he had, the opponent in front of him was worthy of his attention. He could clearly feel the astonishing destructive power contained within the small flaming lotus. The power contained within was incomparable to the five-colored flaming lotus that Xiao Yan had used against the king of the underworld. Xiao Yan tapped his finger lightly, and the terrifying six-colored flaming lotus flew towards Yan Xinghe, as if it was impossible to dodge or avoid. Yan Xinghe took a deep breath, and his hands, which were clasped together in front of his chest, formed a strange hand seal. His primordial spirit, which was already extremely weak and even showing signs of dissipating, suddenly exploded with astonishing power. Two Tao fruits that looked like balls of light, one half black and half white, and the other tall and ethereal, rapidly fused into one. From this resplendent ball of light, rays of light suddenly rushed out and rapidly drew in the void. There was clearly a gap between the rays of light, but it made Xiao Yan feel like he was trapped in a prison, as if the entire world had become a cage. The netherworld sea, which was clearly more connected to him, was now like a fence wrapping him and Yan Xinghe within it. The Blood River True Water and Netherworld True Water intertwined to form an iron fence. The nine nether-een wind and infinite astral baleful chi turned into chains, and the nether evil flame and mysterious heavenly tribulation flame turned into locks. Together, they formed a huge cage that trapped Xiao Yan like a trapped beast, unable to break out. Xiao Yan even felt that his connection with the heaven and earth spiritual chi had been cut off. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not be more familiar with this spell, because he knew it too. Heaven Cage Sigil. It was one of the signature spells of Taishu Temple, and it was not difficult to cultivate. Not to mention the Yuanying and Golden Elixir periods, even Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement Stage disciples could cultivate it. Many disciples of Taishu Temple even started cultivating the Heaven Cage Sigil as their first spell. And the Heaven Cage Sigil had an extremely unique point. It was that it had limitless potential. When Qi Refinement Stage cultivators used it, it was a form of power. When Primordial Spirit Stage cultivators used it, it was another form of earth-shattering power. At this moment, in Yan Xinghe's hands, Xiao Yan truly experienced this point. However, if it was just the Heaven Cage Sigil, Xiao Yan would not take it to heart, even if the one casting it was Yan Xinghe. His six-colored fiery lotus. He was confident that it could burn Yan Xinghe and the Heaven Cage Sigil to ashes, turning them into nothingness. Yan Xinghe was clearly aware of this point, and knew that he only had this one chance. Seeing Xiao Yan's six-colored fiery lotus, he knew that in his current state, even if he did not end up dying because of the life and death Nether Dao fruit shattering, he would definitely die after taking this attack from Xiao Yan. What he hoped for was that when he was killed by Xiao Yan, he could drag Xiao Yan down with him. At the very least, he could destroy the connection between Xiao Yan and the Netherworld Sea. With Yan Xinghe's shrewd eyesight, he could clearly see that although Xiao Yan's magical powers were shocking, and his skills made him secretly amazed, the current Xiao Yan without the support of the netherworld sea and the power of heaven's calamity, would only be at the level of a declining Dharma realm human expert. Moreover, he was not good at defending himself. Although he was proficient in the Tao of life and death, and had begun to touch upon the Tao of life and death, he was not like the king of the underworld, who was proficient in the Tao of rebirth. This was his chance, and also the only thing he could try to do in the final moments of his life. Yan Xinghe clasped his palms together, and the ball of light in front of him completely disappeared. As for the heaven cage sigil surrounding him and Xiao Yan, it suddenly shook and began to collapse towards the center, targeting Xiao Yan. This collapse was like the collapse of the heavenly Tao, and the world was heading towards Armageddon. But what made his heart palpitate the most was that Xiao Yan suddenly felt that there was a world within his body that seemed to be affected by the collapse of the world outside. It was collapsing at the same time, and there was a feeling that it could not be reversed, contained, or stopped. It was easy to defend against attacks from the outside world, but it completely came from within his body, and he could not stop it. So how could he defend against it? Such a ruthless and ferocious technique was completely different from the majority of the Tao techniques and magical powers passed down in Taishu Temple. But at this moment, it exploded with an incomparably ferocious power, wanting to bury Xiao Yan in this netherworld sea world that could be said to be his home field. Yan Xinghe, at this moment, was not looking at the six-colored fire lotus flying towards him, but at Xiao Yan. Chapter 14:23. Although Yan Xinghe's attack originated from the heaven cage sigil, its lethality and viciousness surpassed most of the Tao techniques and mystiques in this world. Even the many mystiques in the Taishu Temple could not compare to it. From the simple heaven cage sigil, it returned to its original state and produced another extreme transformation. If this news were to spread out, it would be enough to shake the entire divine prefecture. At this moment, Yan Xinghe's primordial spirit also showed signs of collapse. The effect of the mystique seemed to be affecting his body at the same time. Perhaps this was the uniqueness and viciousness of the mystique. It was the true mystique of mystique, and this mystique was currently emitting a dazzling radiance and destructive power. Feeling the changes in his body and looking at Yan Xinghe's situation, how could Xiao Yan not know what he was thinking? Yan Xinghe was not concerned about whether he would be killed by the six-colored fiery lotus. He was only concerned about whether his attack could achieve its goal of severely injuring or even killing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold, and his lips curled into a smile. However, there was a hint of viciousness in his smile. With a soft shout, Xiao Yan's hands formed seals and formed a seal in front of his chest. The void that was previously isolated by the heaven cage sigil had been restored to Xiao Yan with the collapse of the confinement. However, Xiao Yan did not use the power of the netherworld sea to attack Yan Xinghe. This time, he used his own spiritual power to execute the Tao Annihilation Rebirth technique. However, he did not use it to attack Yan Xinghe. The Mystique Rebirth technique actually showed signs of reversing. With this reversal of the Tao Annihilation Rebirth technique as a foundation, Xiao Yan executed another Mystique Rebirth technique. It was a Mystique Rebirth technique that he rarely used, the 8 trigrams disintegration. He cultivated the Heavens Tao Sutra and the 8 trigrams scripture of the Great Tao. It was the first mystique he had created after comprehending it. It was not a disintegration that could be used to attack the opponent, nor was it an external defense that could remove external demons. Instead, it was a completely new transformation that could remove internal demons. This change had been created a long time ago. It was a result of Xiao Yan's golden elixir period, when the 3 fires entered his body. He had obtained it by calming the true fire that was wreaking havoc in his body. It was just that before, Xiao Yan had only used it in the process of self-cultivation to resolve the dangers of the inner demons and to calm his mind. He cultivated many kinds of true flames at the same time, and it was very dangerous. The change in the collapse of the 8 trigrams to resolve the inner demons played a considerable role. And now, this mystique transformation was executed by Xiao Yan once again. With the powerful power of the reverse Tao annihilation rebirth, he suppressed the chaos in his body caused by Yan Xinghe's technique. Xiao Yan chuckled. Heaven Cage Curse Seal, 8 trigrams collapse. After being forcefully suppressed by him, the seemingly unstoppable and uncontrollable destructive changes in his body actually began to gradually slow down. The raging storm began to show signs of calming down. Having also noticed this, Yan Xinghe sighed and did not say anything. He knew that his attempt had already failed. Xiao Yan had blocked his final attack. Even though he was still injured, at least his life was not in danger. His connection with the netherworld sea would most likely not be lost, and that horrifying 6-colored fiery lotus was already in front of him. Yan Xinghe watched this scene silently. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and his expression fluctuated. That horrifying 6-colored fiery lotus floated in midair and actually stopped for a moment. It was not because Xiao Yan had been affected by Yan Xinghe's attack, but because Xiao Yan had actively controlled the 6-colored fiery lotus to actually stop for a moment. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Yan could still control such a horrifying and tyrannical power, his control over the firmament flaming lotus had already reached such a high level. Yan Xinghe definitely did not think that Xiao Yan had given up on the idea of personally sending him to his death. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold as he stared at Yan Xinghe and said slowly, "I know that you mentioned Tao venerates Scarlet Sun's 9 suns creation divine light just to provoke me and create an opportunity for yourself to attack. But I do have such thoughts about what you said. Actually, you did not have to go through so much trouble. Even if you had not mocked me, I would have attacked." Xiao Yan's gaze swept across Yan Xinghe coldly. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance flickered around his body. The reddish-gold radiance was like a blazing sun, illuminating the dark netherworld sea. Countless talisman patterns surged from it, shaking the surrounding space. The creation divine light that originally belonged to Wen Qiyang and now belonged to Xiao Yan, 9 suns. Xiao Yan's entire body surged with dermic powers. Under the illumination of this divine light, he was like a god descending to the netherworld sea. As he bellowed, the shadows of 9 dazzling suns rose from the reddish-gold radiance, blazing and vigorous. Among them, the shadows of 6 suns gradually materialized in the reddish-gold radiance, as though real suns had descended into the netherworld sea. At the same time, there were 6 of them. In the next moment, the 6 suns that were like real existences disappeared, and the 6-colored firmament fire lotus suspended above Yan Xinghe's head suddenly underwent a shocking change. The terrifying firmament fire lotus, which was originally alone, instantly turned into 6. The 6 seemingly fragile, but incomparably terrifying 6-colored firmament fire lotus swayed in the netherworld sea, forming a shocking scene. Although each firmament fire lotus was much weaker than the original 6-colored firmament fire lotus, the simultaneous appearance of 6 firmament fire lotuses brought about an even more earth-shattering pressure. It was a sign of extreme destruction and destruction. Xiao Yan said indifferently, "Tao venerates Scarlet Sun might not wish to see this scene, but..." He pressed down with his palm, and the 6 firmament fire lotuses fell on Yan Xinghe's head. Looking at the reddish-gold creation divine light and the 6 terrifying firmament fire lotuses, Yan Xinghe, who had always been calm, fell into a momentary trance. The scene of that familiar figure activating the 9 heavens' secret art and battling Ji Huang, Xinyuan appeared before his eyes once again. It was still the last impression Yan Xinghe had of Wen Qiyang in his own memories. Yan Xinghe's eyeballs moved, and before he could react, the 6 firmament fire lotuses exploded simultaneously, turning into a sea of fire that instantly engulfed the Netherworld Sea and drowned everything. The Netherworld Sea realm that the two of them were in was completely destroyed, and the endless raging flames that rushed out seemed to have turned the Netherworld Sea into a world of flames. Yen Xinghe's body was drowned in the raging flames, never to be seen again. He rose to power in the ancient epoch, and he had dominated the world for his entire life. Among the past temple masters and cultivators of Taishu Temple, he was one of the people who had the greatest influence on Taishu Temple. The life of the second temple master of Taishu Temple, Yen Xinghe, had finally come to an end today. In the sea of fire, even Xiao Yan himself was forced to retreat. If he were to be swept into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. His void, returned dermic physique had already disappeared, and his original appearance was revealed. His face was extremely pale, and he was abnormally weak. The reddish-gold creation divine light had also disappeared. After Xiao Yan comprehended the mysteries of life and death of the great Tao, he never had a situation where he was exhausted like before. But the current him is extremely weak. Even the Tao of life and death, made it difficult for him to recover. The apocalyptic scene in front of him was enough to prove the terrifying power of his attack just now. In the battle with Yen Xinghe, Xiao Yan, who had countered his opponent's attack, was already in an undefeatable position. There was no need for him to use such a method, and it even caused damage to his primordial spirit and dermic physique. However, Xiao Yan still did it in the end. He used the strongest attack that he could use with his current mystic powers. In the chaotic void, Xiao Yan's figure floated backward and landed directly on the red pillar of light that was like the center of the dark sea. The heavenly misfortune did not reject him. Instead, it was excited. Xiao Yan surveyed the dark sea, then turned to look at the red pillar of light formed by the power of the heavenly misfortune. His gaze lingered on it, and after a long while, Xiao Yan bowed solemnly toward the red pillar of light. Behind him, there were boundless exploding flames, and in the distance, there were thousands of terrifying calamities in the Netherworld Sea. This ultimate attack of Xiao Yan's even caused the Netherworld Sea domain at the center of the explosion to directly crack. At this moment, he had to rely on the power of the Netherworld Sea in order to gradually extinguish the world-destroying raging fire. As for when that terrifying domain crack would close, only the heavens knew. Xiao Yan sat down cross-legged, his eyes unfocused as he gazed into the void, as if searching for the untraceable world of the Spirit Sea. There, his master and junior brothers were also wrestling with others. The king of the underworld and Golden Cicada, who had retreated from the Dark Sea, had also gone to the Spirit Sea. In a sense, what Golden Cicada had said was true. The Spirit Sea was the decisive battlefield. But this did not mean that he would be of no use if he stayed in the Dark Sea and the boundless thousand domains. Silently, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. After a long while, color gradually returned to his face, and his aura was no longer so weak. His figure began to naturally merge into the red pillar of light behind him until it disappeared. The chaotic dark sea continued to rise and fall for a long time. Violent and ferocious disasters were everywhere. It should be said that this was the dark sea's most normal state. However, as time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, a sudden change occurred in the Netherworld Sea. It was as if an invisible barrier had suddenly appeared, dividing the dark sea into two parts. One side was calm and tranquil, while the other side was raging with raging waves, as if doomsday had arrived. An absurd and contradictory feeling appeared in the dark sea at this moment, but there was a strange sense of harmony. What was even stranger was that the calm area in the dark sea began to expand rapidly. More and more areas of the violent and restless dark sea began to calm down. And when Xiao Yan and the others started a great battle in the Netherworld Sea, in the profound sea, within the seawater, 10,000 zhang of golden light soared into the sky. Under the envelopment of the golden dragon's might and auspicious clouds, a huge sky dragon flew up from the bottom of the sea, circling above the 9 heavens. The golden heavenly dragon opened its mouth, and finally 2 streams of light, one purple and one red, flew out. The streams of light intertwined in the void and turned into white light. In the white light, a door appeared and opened, leading to a mysterious world. The heavenly dragon flew in, and the door closed with a loud bang. After the heavenly dragon descended into the spirit sea world, it did not continue forward. Silently, it stayed where it was. The sound of the great Tao rang out incessantly. A terrifying sword scar appeared on the heavenly dragon's huge body. In the spirit sea world, the sword scar began to gradually heal. Chapter 14:24. The giant golden dragon that entered the spirit sea world was the current leader of the dragon race, Yuan Dragon King. His body exuded a powerful demonic aura that far surpassed that of Kuan Dragon King and Shun Dragon King. However, his demonic aura seemed sluggish at the moment. There was a ghastly wound on the dragon's body that made one's heart go numb. The one who left such a wound on the current #1 expert of the dragon race, one of the few powerhouses of Tianhuang mainland, was naturally Xian Li, who had fought with him previously. If he was in the Xian Sea, Yuan Dragon King wouldn't have been so severely injured. However, he had left the Xian Sea and descended into the vast Thousand World. Although he had received some of the power of the Xian Sea in time to strengthen himself, it was still not enough to withstand the power of the sky-crushing sword. Such a short time was not enough for Yuan Dragon King to recover, but he still came to the Spirit Sea. It was fine if he fought with others, but if he fought with opponents like Lin Feng, the Haotian Mirror, and the Sun Yudu, his current injury would be a huge flaw. However, Yuan Dragon King's expression was calm. After entering the Spirit Sea world, he silently stayed where he was and didn't move. The sound of the great Tao resonated in the world. Streamers of light hung down and wrapped around Yuan Dragon King's body. The sword wound actually started to heal. Although it wasn't fast, it was healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Apart from the sword wound, the sky-crushing sword that was wreaking havoc in Yuan Dragon King's body was also gradually dissipating. The sword seemed to be enraged and kept fighting against the light of the great Tao in the Spirit Sea. However, it was outnumbered and eventually dissolved. However, during this process, Yuan Dragon King wasn't having an easy time either. The light of the great Tao in the Spirit Sea and the sky-crushing sword used his body as a battlefield. An intense and stalemate began. Every time they clashed, he felt like he was hit by another sword. Yuan Dragon King's expression was calm. He slowly closed his eyes. As the scales on his body opened and closed, a large amount of golden dragon aura surged out and covered his giant body. As the demonic power surged around him, he was also carefully analyzing the will of the great Tao in the Spirit Sea. He was even analyzing the terrifying sword will of the sky-crushing sword. This Spirit Sea can indeed heal the injuries caused by the sky-crushing sword. Yuan Dragon King nodded slightly. Although he had never personally entered the spiritual sea, he had a general understanding of it. Now that he had tested it, the effects were obvious. This was the reason why he dared to stay in the divine land and not worry that he wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of the Spirit Sea. However, in the end, the divine prefecture still failed to achieve its goal. Even the Kuan Dragon King had fallen, leaving him with only regrets. At the same time, he had indeed fallen behind the others in the spiritual sea. It was hard to predict what kind of harvest he would get next. However, the Yuan Dragon King did not feel any regret. The Dragon Clan still had to try their best in the Divine Prefecture. Although he was arrogant, the Yuan Dragon King could also see the situation clearly. This was an extremely good opportunity, and if he missed it, it would be very difficult to get a better one in the future. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. But it was also because of this that the battle for the spiritual sea was even more important. In crushing sea and spirit Tao, and sea, realm, Tao, there, but realm was Dragon King, Dragon, King, Dragon, and of Dragon, Emperor. In the void, invisible ribbons of light lit up, pulsing and vibrating. The two sides faintly formed a resonance, and after an unknown period of time, the entire sea of golden clouds suddenly trembled and began to converge toward the center. Within the golden auspicious clouds, two eyes opened. They were like stars, dignified and silent. A golden stream of light soared into the sky from the center of the auspicious clouds and flew into the distance. As the golden light traveled, it swept up the remaining golden auspicious clouds and disappeared. As King Yuan Dragon flew, he instantly traversed the boundless void. There was nothing in his spirit sea, and no matter where he was, the scenery was the same. It made people feel as if they had lost all sense of distance and direction. However, a small golden dot soon appeared in the Yuan Dragon King's vision. The speck of light expanded rapidly and turned into a giant golden lake. On the lakeside, there were a few figures in 2s and 3s. King Yuan Dragon's gaze became solemn. Although he hadn't left the mysterious sea for many years, everyone present recognized it. It was naturally impossible for him to not recognize the Great Void Temple's Great Void Nine Heavens Imperial Court and the people of the Great Void Temple led by the Grand One Taoist Lord. Just over 20 years ago in the Great Thousand Worlds, he had fought with the Grand One Taoist Lord and the others. It was also in that conflict that he successfully obtained some precious treasures. After that, he cultivated in seclusion in the mysterious sea and successfully went through the Middle Tribulation. He had benefited from it by recovering from his weakened state at a speed that exceeded everyone's expectations. However, at that time, no matter if it was his Dragon Clan or the Great Void Temple, neither of them would have predicted that the situation would turn into the current situation, the rise of the heavenly sect of wonders, and the return of the Yudu clan to the Great Thousand World. Although it was King Yuan Dragon's first time seeing the Buddha, with 48,000 arms and palms filled with stars, he knew that it was the future star-glazed Buddha Master. When the future Buddha Master was born, Golden Cicada became his disciple, and King Yuan Dragon's secret key to the Spirit Sea was taken from him by the dragon race. King Yuan Dragon could clearly feel that Golden Cicada had done it on purpose. More accurately, it was the future star-glazed Buddha Master who was behind Golden Cicada. King Yuan Dragon couldn't see through his intentions. His gaze fell on the future star-glazed Buddha Master as he scrutinized her. Everyone present naturally sensed King Yuan Dragon's arrival. The future star-glazed Buddha Master turned his head slightly and looked at Yuan Dragon King. His gaze was peaceful and natural, revealing nothing. Silently, Yuan Dragon King looked at him for a moment, then turned his gaze to the other side. There was a dark cloud floating there, and on it stood a humanoid figure. It was chaotic and blurry, so his original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only a rough outline could be seen. Yuan Dragon King recognized him. He was the rising powerhouse of Heaven Wasteland, the Enchantress. Previously, during the conflict between the dragon race and the Taishu Temple, the Enchantress had obtained some benefits by chance, allowing her to rise even more rapidly. Unfortunately, the current situation was even more difficult for her than the Yuan Dragon King. Yuan Dragon King wouldn't underestimate the enchantress because of that. After all, whether it was him, the future star-glazed Buddha master, or the others, it was all thanks to the enchantress that they were able to enter the spirit sea. The fact that the enchantress was able to stir up such a storm was already enough to make people look at her in a different light. Furthermore, the 12 dazzling light pillars that were faintly discernible in the dark cloud beneath the enchantress's feet were clearly the 12 sacred sky brilliance array. Furthermore, the enchantress had obviously gathered extremely high-quality materials to set up the array. Even so, it was much more difficult for the heavenly enchantment great sage to succeed compared to the others. What piqued the Yuan Dragon King's interest was that the mysterious origin of the heavenly charming great sage, which had been a mystery for thousands of years, was finally revealed. Before this, be it Yuan Dragon King, Kuan Dragon King, or even the entire Heaven Wasteland vast land, no one would have thought that the enchantress was actually related to Yu Huang and Yu Ho. Thinking of the Yu Huang heavenly sea, Yuan Dragon King's eyes flashed with darkness. He looked at the lakeside, where a few Yudu beasts stood. Putting everything else aside, the Yudu beast in the lead caused Yuan Dragon King to narrow his eyes. Yudu's 12 Mirage sons, the current clan leader of the Yudu race, was also the current strongest powerhouse of the demon race. Even though Yuan Dragon King had successfully survived the second calamity after the war between the two worlds and recovered from his weakened state, he still felt pressure when facing the Mirage Sons and Yudu. This would always remind him of the time when Yu Huang ruled over Heaven Wasteland. Even his dragon race had to pay tribute to her. After the war between the two worlds ended 4,000 years ago, Yu Huang had fallen, and the Yudu race had gone into hiding. His dragon race finally had a moment where they could hold their heads up high again. This was especially obvious when Yuan Dragon King had successfully entered the Middle Calamity. When the news spread out, it shook the entire Heaven Wasteland vast land and the great Heaven primordial world. It was a pity that at this time, the Mirage Sons and Yudu race returned to the Great Thousand Worlds. Although they weren't as powerful as Yu Huang back then, the Yudu race was still the strongest race in Heaven Wasteland vast land. The Mirage Sons and Yudu race also looked at Tenryu Gen and nodded slightly. They didn't say anything and turned their gaze back to the Golden Lake. Yuan Dragon King's expression was calm, and he didn't say anything either, other than the people of Taishu Temple, the Enchantress, future Constellation Glaze Buddha Lord. And the Yudu race, there was also a monkey standing beside the lake. He was scratching his ears and cheeks. Just like the Mirage Sons and Yudu, his gaze was fixed on the center of the lake. Yuan Dragon King had never met this monkey before, but he recognized him. He was the Myriad Law's heart monkey that would create a huge commotion every time he appeared. Yuan Dragon King's gaze followed the monkey and Mirage Sons and Yudu's gazes and landed at the center of the lake. He had already seen the changes there at the first moment, but only at the last moment did he start to size it up seriously. In the center of the lake, there was a huge whirlpool. A golden disc floated, and a few people were sitting on it. Yuan Dragon King wasn't interested in the others. His attention was on two figures, one standing and one sitting. They were two figures that looked exactly the same. One had long hair and was dressed in purple. One was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the other was leisurely holding a huge black umbrella. When he saw Yuan Dragon King, there was a smile that was not a smile on his face as he looked over. Yuan Dragon King, and he looked at each other. Strictly speaking, this was their first real meeting. However, Yuan Dragon King valued this person more than Mirage Sons and Yudu. This was because this person had defeated him in the war between the two worlds. At the same time, not long ago, this person had used the tricks that he had left in the boundless world to defeat him again, forcing him to return to the mysterious sea. the master of Xianmen Tianzong, Lin Feng, Yuan Dragon King, looked at Lin Feng and the primordial golden lamp. He seemed to have understood something. In the fight for the spirit sea, this person seemed to have the upper hand again. At this moment, the others could only watch helplessly from the side. Yuan Dragon King's gaze landed on the huge umbrella in Lin Feng's hands. Chapter 14:25. Yuan Dragon King stared at the heaven-covering umbrella in Lin Feng's hands. At that moment, the heaven-covering umbrella looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, at the tip of the umbrella, there was an existence that looked like a small black pagoda. Streams of black light flowed out of it and rolled on the surface of the umbrella. They transformed into blurry air currents that looked like chaos. Yuan Dragon King looked at the heaven-covering umbrella and then at Tao Venerable Supreme One, Mirage Sun Yudu, Future Star-Glazed Buddha Master, and the others. His gaze landed on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, where the people of Taishu Temple were. Then, his gaze shifted downwards to look at the surface of the giant golden lake where the people of Taishu Temple were. As expected, under the lake there was a bright mirror light. There were even streams of great Tao light connected to it. As time passed, the mirror light became brighter and brighter. Yuan Dragon King was expressionless. When he saw this, he knew that the Haotian mirror was rapidly recovering to its perfect state. Its power and aura were rising rapidly. Like Mirage Sun Yudu, Yuan Dragon King had complicated feelings about the Haotian mirror. If the dragon race hated the Qin dynasty because of the ancestral dragon, they hated the Taishu Temple just as much. The Haotian mirror played a huge role in the fall of Juehuang Xianshang. And the reason why the Void Temple was able to stand tall for thousands of years and exist until now is all thanks to the clear sky mirror suppressing the mountain gate. Before the war between the two worlds started, it was still unknown when the Yudu race would return to the Kiliacosm. There were three decisive factors in the situation of the great heaven primordial world. When would Lin Feng succeed in sealing the heaven-punishing sword for the second time? When would the Haotian mirror recover to its perfect state? Could Yuan Dragon King, who had successfully survived the calamity, increase his power to the point where he could unify Heaven Wasteland before the first two happened? After that, the war between the two worlds broke out early. The people of Taishu Temple and the Haotian mirror unexpectedly entered the Xianhai Sea and fought with the dragon race. Due to some factors, the dragon race even had the chance to keep the Haotian mirror, Tao Venerable Supreme One, and the others in the Xianhai Sea forever. But in the end, because of Lin Feng's heaven-shocking four swords, he failed on the verge of success. However, at this moment, the Origin Dragon King could only watch as the Haotian mirror recovered completely. He even hoped that it would recover before Lin Feng obtained control over the spiritual sea. Even though the Yuan Dragon King had lived for countless years, he still felt very conflicted at this moment. Yuan Dragon King didn't make a move to interfere. From the looks of it, one could tell that the Haotian mirror, Sun Mirage Yudu, Future Constellation, Glazed Buddha Master, Monkey the Enchantress, and the others had most likely tried, but they still couldn't stop Lin Feng. Therefore, they could only wait for the Haotian mirror to recover. Although the Yuan Dragon King was proud, he didn't think that he could accomplish something that so many powerhouses couldn't do alone. After all, this wasn't the Xianhai. He couldn't even draw upon the power of the Xianhai. Xianmen Tianzong, who was under the command of the mysterious Gate Master Lin Feng, had already become the strongest power in the great heaven primordial world, regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race. His spiritual sea had been refined by Lin Feng, which was something unimaginable. At this moment, the Yuan Dragon King and everyone else became natural allies. What they needed now was the perfect Haotian mirror to try and break through Lin Feng's heaven-covering umbrella, the Yuan Dragon King gave a long roar and suddenly rushed into the sky. He transformed into a beam of golden light and pounced towards Lin Feng and the others in the center of the lake. He didn't think that he could win against everyone, but he wanted to try it himself. Only then would he know what was going on with Lin Feng's heaven-covering umbrella. He wanted to know his enemy as well as himself. The golden dragon clouds covered the sky and descended towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, who was under the big black umbrella, smiled and didn't say anything. A huge golden dragon claw reached out from the clouds and grabbed the surface of the heaven-covering umbrella. Compared to the huge body of Yuan Dragon King, the seemingly small heaven-covering umbrella twisted time and space. It seemed boundless, and Yuan Dragon King's dragon claw seemed to have fallen into a chaotic ocean. The chaos was stirred up by Yuan Dragon King as he tried to break it. However, the terrifying power was continuously dispelled by the chaotic currents, making it difficult for Yuan Dragon King to take even half a step forward. Sun Mirage Yudu, who was on the shore of the huge lake, silently launched an attack towards Lin Feng. However, it was blocked by the heaven-covering umbrella. The attack wasn't very strong, but Yuan Dragon King could see through it. Sun Mirage Yudu's demon power divine art seemed to land on the heaven-covering umbrella at the same time, but it was as if they were in different universes of chaos. They didn't work together as they spread out in the chaos. I see. No wonder so many people couldn't break through the magic power restriction of this strange umbrella. No wonder we had to wait for the Haotian mirror to recover completely. Yuan Dragon King had already achieved his goal, so he didn't continue fighting. He flew up again and hovered above the lake. He looked at the center of the lake, at the primordial golden lamp, which was in the whirlpool silently. He looked at this strange scene where movement and stillness were interwoven and balanced. He looked at Lin Feng and the others on the primordial golden lamp. Yuan Dragon King was hidden in the golden clouds, which descended to a corner of the lake. There, he fell into silence. No one knew what Yuan Dragon King was thinking, but it was a difficult decision for the proud dragon race to watch the Haotian mirror recover completely and surround Lin Feng with the others. No one said anything, though silently they waited. In a way, this was because Lin Feng now had the right to do so. Lin Feng held the bulwark umbrella with a faint smile on his face. His gaze swept across the Yuan Dragon King and the others, but he didn't say anything. Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, and the others also looked calm. They sat cross-legged on the primordial golden lamp and surrounded Lin Feng's real body. White Tiger Great Sage stared coldly at the Yuta beasts, but his emotions were calm. He lay at the side. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. Suddenly, they saw the void in the distance tremble slightly, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a young man wearing a black dragon robe and a crown. He looked dignified. When he saw this person, Wang Lin's gaze flickered, and Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Zhu Yi, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing also recognized this person. It was the king of the underworld, who had disappeared without a trace. Although he had changed from a youth to a young man, there was no mistaking him. The underworld emperor appeared on the other side of the giant golden lake, relatively far away from the void temple, standing across the lake, his expression indifferent as he looked at everything in front of him, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin Feng and the others and the clear sky mirror under the lake. Although he didn't make a move like Yuan Dragon King, after observing for a while, he seemed to understand what was going on. The king of the underworld, who stood there quietly, didn't have any expression on his face. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. When he looked at the golden lake and the Haotian mirror, he didn't hide the dazzling brilliance in his eyes. When they saw the king of the underworld, the expressions of everyone in Taishu Temple changed. Even the usually calm Tai Daoist Lord furrowed his snow-white eyebrows. He closed his eyes and stared at the king of the underworld, one of the monumental figures in the history of Taishu Temple. The second temple master, Yan Xinghe, had been refined into an evil spirit by the king of the underworld. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Taishu Temple. In today's world, from an emotional point of view, the king of the underworld was the person that Taishu Temple hated the most. Other than Tai Daoist Lord, Shoichi Daishin, Dao Lord Xian Yi, Lin Daohan, and all the other cultivators of Taishu Temple who had entered the spiritual sea were staring at the king of the underworld with ice-cold expressions. Slowly, Tai Daoist Lord retracted his gaze and said, "Don't lose sight of the bigger picture." Lin Daohan fell silent for a while and also retracted his gaze. Returning the Haotian mirror to its peak is undoubtedly the most important thing. No matter what we do, as long as the Haotian mirror returns to its peak state, we'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Slowly, the others nodded as well. Shoichi Daishin glanced at the king of the underworld. His injuries have fully recovered, and his mystical powers have also grown tremendously since the last time he appeared. It feels like he's already nearing the peak state that was recorded in the ancient epic. Perhaps he has truly returned to his peak state. Tai Daoist Lord said, "Calm your mind. First, the spiritual sea. The outcome of the battle for the spiritual sea might decide the future direction of the entire heaven primal world." Lin Daohan and the others nodded in agreement. As for the king of the underworld, he took the initiative to land at a spot furthest from Taishu Temple. Clearly, he did not want to clash with Taishu Temple at this time. The future star-glazed Buddha, Lord, calmly watched the Yuan Dragon King and the king of the underworld arrive and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Those who had the ability to participate had all arrived. Those who should be here had all arrived. Now there was only one thing left, and that was when the Haotian mirror could return to its peak state, whether it could be a step faster than Lin Feng, whether it could return to its peak state before Lin Feng refined the spiritual sea, and whether it could break through Lin Feng's heaven-shielding umbrella. For a moment, the scene fell into silence again. On the primordial golden lamp, Lin Feng held the umbrella and had a smile on his face as he transmitted his voice to his disciples. Tianhao has also arrived at the spiritual sea, but he hasn't come near us. According to him, Golden Cicada has also entered, but that old cicada most likely doesn't dare to come near now. Sure, Tianhao didn't go near to prevent Lin Feng and the others from giving Sun Mirage, Yudu, Taishu Temple, and the others a chance to rescue him. Although he had the Sky City, the Blue Sky All Heavens formation, and the Great Wheel of Heavens, there were many strong practitioners in the spiritual sea. Now that Xianmen Tianzong had become the target of everyone, if he rashly barged in, if Lin Feng couldn't rescue him in time, it would be easy for him to fall into the hands of others. As for Golden Cicada, he had entered the spiritual sea, but he was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, he was hiding from the monkey, lest he destroy the cooperation that they had painstakingly formed. When Zhu Yi Wang Lin and the others heard this, they didn't show it on their faces. Their attention was also focused on the lake on the other side. There, the light of the Haotian mirror became more and more mysterious, and its connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth became more and more intimate. On the other hand, the area of the giant golden lake had shrunk a lot compared to the beginning, and the lake water had also decreased greatly. Everyone's expression was solemn, but when the giant golden lake completely disappeared, it also meant that Lin Feng's refinement of the spiritual sea had come to an end. Even if he couldn't completely control the spiritual sea, he had achieved a great momentum that was difficult to reverse.